of all, thank you very much for being here and attending the AD seminar. Our sincere apologies for the delay due to the location change and interior location. It has just delayed it for half an hour, 1 hour, sorry. So we'll just quickly go through the welcome note, and then I will hand over the mic to Mr. Barrett, who will take care of the lovely event which we have planned for all of you all. I'll just introduce Elixir Technologies. We are, as most of you will be knowing, that we are the sole partner for ManageEngine in the region, and we are here from 2003, have multiple offices here, serving more than 500 plus customers in different domains. We are considered as an ITSM partner, and our primary focus is to give an ITIL-based services and solutions around ManageEngine. These are all the partners which we have already partnered with. We have different solutions in the different domains. I'll just keep it due to the time constraint. From ManageEngine, as you are aware, ManageEngine has an end-to-end portfolio into the IT management and IT infrastructure monitoring and management. So we have a solutions around network and server monitoring. We have a solutions around applications monitoring. We have a solutions around database monitoring. As you all hear, we have a full-fledged solution for Active Directory monitoring and management. The same way, we have a solutions around Windows management, where you can very well take remote control, patch management, security policies management. So those kind of different solutions are very well there under ManageEngine. And as you are aware, ManageEngine is considered as one of the leading vendor giving cost-effective IT management solutions. We have a wonderful ITIL-based ITIL V3-based Service Desk Plus, where there are almost 200 plus customers who are using in this region for having their ITIL-based services. We have a very good solutions on the cloud aspect in terms of CRM, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, so email. So all those different kind of solutions are coming from the same vendor, which is ManageEngine. As Elixir, we are into multiple services. As I told you, we want to market ourselves as an ITSM partner. Means we have an end-to-end solution starting from ITIL consultancy. We design ITIL ISO processes for you. We implement the same within the tool, which is our Service Desk Plus. We are Exit certified ITIL trainings center, so we can very well help you all certify ITIL foundation on ITIL expert trainings. We are into professional services, like we do end-to-end asset management services, where we start from starting the asset management policy and process till tagging, till putting into the system, and helping you to abide to your asset management process and policies for your company. We recently started, where most of you might be having this issue, that the on-call basis support. So as ManageEngine, we have started. As Elixir, we are now offering an on-call basis support, where we are primarily taking care on the preventive maintenance support, where we help you to upgrade the solutions what you are using. We help you to give training on the solutions or the new features which have come up within ManageEngine. We help you to configure all the new features which has come up in the recent versions. So this is an on-call services which we are offering, which you can very well avail. These are some of our esteemed customers in the region. As I told you, we are supporting more than 500 plus customers, and you can see any domain and any area, we have a good amount of esteemed customers. Most of your name would be here. If anyone is not there because of the space constraint, but yes, you are all our esteemed customer. And as I told you, we have 500 plus different customers who are using ManageEngine for the different IT infrastructure management. I'll come to the today's agenda. As I told you, apologies for the delay starting of the event, and we'll definitely make sure that we'll cop up with the time which we have chosen so far, and we will have a wonderful event for you. Soon after this, we'll have Mr. Derek taking care of the continuous AD monitoring technique. So here we have planned the event in such a way that we are going to showcase the best practices of Active Directory monitoring and management, and how these techniques can be used using ManageEngine products. So this is what the primary agenda of today's event is, and I hope that you will definitely like it, and you will take so much of good information along with you after this particular session. Just want to introduce Mr. Derek. Mr. Derek is primarily working with ManageEngine within the AD solutions space. He is one of the 12 MVPs in the world, and who was working with the Microsoft for the Active Directory solutions, and he has a rich experience on Active Directory process, policies, and he is a person who is writing so many blogs. He is presenting in so many worldwide events, showcasing how the Active Directory monitoring and management can be done, and how effectively that can be done. And our goal was to bring a Derek here to have the same information passed on to our customers, that how best the Active Directory monitoring and management can be done using the worldwide best practices. So I'll not take much of your time, and I will hand over the mic to Mr. Derek, and he will take care from now. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for having me here. I really appreciate that. We have a full agenda today, which I am extremely excited about. I've been doing presentations now for about 15 years, really evangelizing Microsoft products. And I am a group policy MVP from Microsoft, and I've also been an Active Directory MVP. And really the four topics that we're going to talk about today are near and dear to me, because I've been trying to help administrators, help organizations develop solutions around these four topics ever since Active Directory has been around. It's been difficult because Microsoft really doesn't provide the solutions that we need fully, really around the four areas that we're going to talk about today. So really the goal that I have is I want to give you information that's going to make you a better administrator, to make your organization run more efficiently. And I'm going to do that by first of all talking about how Microsoft implements these technologies, and then how ManageEngine sits on top of those technologies to take advantage of what Microsoft does in their technology. So Microsoft goes so far, but they don't give us that complete solution. So really what I want to do is I want to fill the gaps of some knowledge that maybe you have and that you can take back with you back to the office. And then I want to kind of bring in a much more efficient way that you can actually manage Active Directory. Now, those of you that are not familiar with who I am currently the technical evangelist for the Active Directory Solutions team at ManageEngine. So I only deal with the Active Directory products. There are a tremendous number of projects for ManageEngine, but I really focus on just the AD piece. I have written quite a few books over the last years. I've written 15 books over the last 16 years. That's a lot of time to produce that much information. And this one is hopefully my crescendo. This is my claim to fame as the Group Policy Resource Kit. This is a Microsoft Press book. I don't know if any of you have written any books or attempted to write a book or contributed to a book. This is about 6 months of time that goes into a book like this. And there's one problem with the book though. And you probably all see the problem with the book. It says Vista on it, right? Which Vista is, of course, not a very good thing from the Microsoft world. But the book is actually still useful because it's really group policy related. And there is some excellent information in the book related to group policy preferences, for example. Group policy preferences is technology that Microsoft purchased back in 2006, and then they gave it to us for free inside of the operating system. And group policy preferences really allow us to manage our servers and our desktops and our user environments in a way that we never thought possible before. I get the opportunity now to travel around the world and do presentations to really talk about Microsoft technologies and how to solve problems that we really didn't think were possible before. I mean, Active Directory has been around for 15 years, and we're still struggling with what I consider to be basic issues. And first and foremost, one of the basic issues that I think that we struggle with is change monitoring. Change monitoring, in my opinion, is something that the operating system should do automatically. When a change occurs in Active Directory, that change should be logged. And we as administrators, we as security professionals, we as anyone that's dealing with Active Directory, we should have the opportunity to quickly search on events that have occurred in Active Directory over a certain period of time. So that's really what I want to focus on today, is how do we get this set up? Because I'm certain that we all want to do that, right? I mean, you're here all day long. That means, and I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, but when you're here, someone else is there dealing with Active Directory. And we all in every organization have administrators that maybe aren't as adept as we are at managing Active Directory. So they're back at the office potentially making changes to Active Directory, and when you get back to the office, wouldn't it be great to go into a log and determine what changed when you were gone? It's a simple concept. That is not enabled by default by Microsoft. So what I want to do is show you how to enable that. We're going to set up what's called auditing. Auditing is a built-in technology to Microsoft Windows. It's been around since Windows NT. So it's not new, but we have to make sure that we get the right pieces set up. We have to get the right technology configured in the right way to make sure that we're tracking everything that we want. So I'm going to show you how to set up auditing, and then we're going to talk about a newer technology that Microsoft released not too long ago called advanced auditing. This is about 3 years old, 4 years old technology. And advanced auditing gives us more detail, more in-depth information about what's changing in the operating system. So I'm going to show you how to set that up. Then we're going to go into the security log, because everything that we track through auditing shows up in the security log. Since it shows up in the security log, we have to understand how to manage the log and how to search the log. Unfortunately, this is where we're going to find some limitations. In some ways, severe limitations. But we're still going to go through and see what we can do with that security log. We're also going to talk about traditional monitoring techniques. Now, I work a lot with organizations in the United States related to Sarbanes-Oxley, related to PCI, related to ITIL. And these organizations have auditors, and these auditors go in and they grab information. And I want to talk about how that's done in comparison to what we can do with AD Audit Plus, and how it's a radical new way of actually evaluating what's changing in Active Directory. So let's start off by talking about my definition of what change monitoring is. Change monitoring is the idea that anything that changes in Active Directory, I want that logged. If a new user is created, I want to know that the new user was created on this day by this administrator on this domain controller. If I have a user that is moved from one organizational unit to another organizational unit, that could have major ramifications on security and access in your organization. And I'm certain that it's happened to you before and you didn't know it. There was no log. So anything that is created, modified or deleted in Active Directory, I want that information tracked. Now, when it comes to this type of information, we can't just think about users and groups and computers. Those are actually quite simple objects in Active Directory. What about group policy? Are there any group policy administrators that you guys deal a lot with group policy? Okay. Group policy can be complicated, correct? Right? I think today in a group policy object there are over 6,000 potential settings in a single group policy object. Okay? 6,000 potential settings. When I create a group policy object, that group policy object is not stored in one location. It's actually broken into two pieces and stored in two distinct locations. One is actually stored in Active Directory. It's called the Group Policy Container, or the GPC. Another portion of the group policy object is stored in your sysvol. So it's just a file system. And we have files that are created as we configure settings in group policy that are stored over here in sysvol. Well, if we have the file system here and we have Active Directory here, we have to worry about two different places that we are tracking in order to track a change to a single group policy object. That becomes complicated, which is why I really feel that a lot of administrators aren't doing this today. They don't have auditing set up, and if they do, it's not set up completely. So what I want to do is I want to exhaust how to actually set it up completely so that you now are tracking everything that you need to track. Now, when I track, I don't just want basic information. I want full detail on what has changed in Active Directory. I want to know what changed, when it changed, who made the change. I want to know the old value and the new value. I want all the details. That is important to me as an administrator. If you get a phone call at lunch from someone at the office and they say, oh my gosh, you know, this user can't, HR, someone in HR, someone in finance can't do their job, wouldn't it be great to be able to go to the log? Okay, go look at the log and tell me what happened over the last hour. Do a search on that user account to see if that user changed. Oh my gosh, that user was taken out of a group. That group has access to that particular application. Because of being removed from the group, they can't run the application anymore. That is so simple. If you don't have that, it's very difficult. So I want to know who made the change. Now, why do I want to know who made the change? So when the boss comes to me, I can say, that they made the change. It wasn't me. Right here's in the log, right? I want to point the finger, say that person made the change, right? But I need to know who's making these changes. It's vital to know. I mean, what if we have some virus? What if we have some malicious application that's making these changes for us? We need to know that. We need to be able to track that. So I need full disclosure on what is happening within Active Directory within these logs. So it's not just a little bit of information. I need all the information that's possible when I track it. Okay? Now, the way that we're going to do this is we're going to set up auditing. Right? Now, I think the term is a little misused sometimes, but this is a technical term in the Microsoft world. Auditing is a technology that Microsoft has built into Windows, and auditing tracks behavior on that particular computer. Obviously, since Active Directory resides on our domain controllers, we are going to track, we are going to audit modifications of our domain controllers. Because domain controllers are multi-master now in Active Directory, any one of your domain controllers can make a change. That change is then replicated to the other domain controllers. But if I have 10 domain controllers, let's say, for my domain, and domain controller 5 is the one that made the modification, I need to make sure that domain controller 5 has auditing set up, because the change won't replicate the fact that the change occurred. The change will, but who made the change and how it was made won't replicate. So I have to set up auditing on every single domain controller that I have. Now, auditing is set up through group policy. Inside of group policy, we have what's called the audit policy, and under the audit policy, we have the audit policy configurations. And these audit policy configurations are going to allow me to make these modifications. Now, if I go into my domain controller here, and I launch Group Policy Management, and I'm just going to go to a GPO here, and audit policy is configured under our computer configuration, policies, Windows settings, security settings, local policies, and then our audit policy. This is where the audit policy resides. Now, there are 9 areas of the audit policy. We need to configure at a minimum 2 here. The reason we need to do these 2 is we need to track both Active Directory changes and we need to track file system changes. So we're going to go into both of these and set these up. Now, the first one we need to look at is called Directory Service Access. Now, when we go into a policy under the audit policy, you will see that there is a multitude of configurations that we can make here. I can have the policy defined to do both success and failure auditing. Success auditing will track when someone successfully creates or modifies a user account. Failure is when we have someone in the organization go into Active Directory and they try to make a change to an object and they don't have the right permissions and it fails. They have access denied. So if we want to track that as well, we want to set up the failure auditing. Now, a lot of administrators, security professionals, think that this failure auditing is going to give us a clear picture on who is doing what, but it really doesn't. Yes, it will tell us who failed to make the change, but it's only a logical who. It's not a physical person, because someone could have hacked in as someone else's account, and they could be using that account to try to do something, okay? So we really don't know the physical nature of that. And unless you have a distinct reason to track that, I really wouldn't set up the failure auditing, okay? The reason is we want to optimize our log. We want to make sure that we are getting everything out of our log possible. So we need to keep our log lean so that we can capture everything that's going on in the organization, okay? So we can do success, we can do failure, plus we can do no auditing at all, okay? If I go into this policy and I enable it without success and failure, I'm telling the computer to not audit. Okay? That's how we turn off auditing. All right? So those are the options that we have. And I want to do this for both directory service and object access. Now, object access here truly means files, folders, registry, and printers. Those are the objects that have an access control list, okay? Now imagine I were to go to one of your domain controllers and I were to set up object access auditing. Approximately how many files, folders, and registry keys do you have on a single domain controller? Like 10? No, much more, right? Could you imagine if I went to your domain controller and said, start tracking, and it tracked any access to any file or folder? How quick would that log fill up? Instantaneous. That is why both of these settings, by default, do nothing. Because when you tell the domain controller to track object access, and when you tell the domain controller to track directory service access, it says, okay, I'm ready. What do you want me to track? It wants to know what, as well as being told that it can do the job. So both of these settings are a 2-step process. And this really is the secret to setting up auditing fully. I can't just go to the policy and set it up. I must then go into the object to make sure that I have the objects being tracked as well. So the auditing simply tells the domain controller, you have the ability to actually track, but it doesn't track anything yet, okay? So these are the 2 areas that we want to set up. We can set both of them up for success, failure, or success and failure. Really, that's up to you. And we're going to talk about manipulating the log, so after we discuss that, you're going to have the opportunity to make the decision on what you want to track. Okay? But at a minimum, we really want to track the success. Okay? The secret is now we have to go into the Active Directory structure. We have to go into the file structure, and we have to tell the structure that it needs to be tracked. Okay? And how we do that is we go into the permissions to do this. Right? Now, if I go back in here to Active Directory users and computers, and I go to the domain level, and I right-click, and I come down here to Properties, I will have a Security tab. Okay? Now, in my Security tab, the very first list that you see, some people refer to this as the Access Control List. But that's really a general term of what this is called. The technical term for this is the DACL, the Discretionary Access Control List. Microsoft came up with that term when they released Active Directory. That's where that term really kind of hit the ground and what it's referred to. Okay? The Discretionary Access Control List defines who can perform what action at whatever I'm looking at. Okay? So for example, it makes sense that domain admins can read, write, and delete at the domain level. Okay? If I'm an enterprise admin, right? I should have enterprise admins listed here. They have full control. So all of my groups are defined here. You'll notice that here, everyone has delete all child objects denied. We're going to come back to this in our next section. In our next session, we're going to come back to this particular setting. Okay? But again, this is a listing of who can perform what action. Well, if we really think about what we want to do, we want to track when anyone performs any action. That's where we go into advanced, and we go to auditing. This is called the SACL, the Security Access Control List. This tracks auditing. Notice the tab is named auditing. So here, this is where we go in and define what we want to track. Now remember, on the very first couple of slides, I talked about all the different things that we want to track. Users, groups, computers, organizational units, group policy. Well, notice what I have set up in here. I have computers, groups, organizational units, users, group policy container. Remember, the GPC is stored in Active Directory. So I need to come in here and I need to tell Active Directory if the GPC changes, I want to track that. Okay? This is really where the power comes in. When I set these SACLs at the domain level, it automatically inherits all the way down through the Active Directory structure. So the configuration doesn't really take that long. I just need to come in here and do it. Okay? And I want to make sure that I track everyone, so that way anyone that attempts to come in here and perform these actions, I'm going to track that. Okay? Now I not only need to do it in Active Directory, I also have to do the SACL configuration here in computer. Oh, here we go. Under Windows, sysvol, my domain name, and then policies. This is your GPT, your group policy template. In reality, the GPT stores all of your settings. The GPC doesn't really store many settings at all. So when you go into a group policy object and you say, I want to deny LAN manager, or I want to reset the administrator password, or I want to disable the guest account, all of those settings are stored in files that are stored here under the sysvol. And they're stored in distinct files. They're created dynamically, and they're stored under the folders. And these folders represent your group policy objects. So each one of these folders is a group policy object. We don't store group policy based on the group policy object name, because really the operating system doesn't care about names. The operating system worries about IDs. These IDs are called GUIDs, Global Unique Identifiers. And these global unique identifiers are unique per domain to ensure that we don't duplicate the same object. So if I were to store GPOs under their name, I potentially can have two GPOs with the same name, and I wouldn't know which one I'm looking at. So the GUID, the Global Unique Identifier, is how the operating system tracks to ensure that they're unique. If I go under Active Directory to System, Policies, you will see that there is a match between the GUIDs in the GPC to the GUIDs in the GPT, because I need both. I need both components to actually make up the group policy object. So with these SACLs and with the auditing that I have configured, I now successfully am tracking the objects in Active Directory. Okay? So I do both of those settings. I must do it for every single domain controller, all right? So let's recap what we have to do at this point. I go into a single GPO. That GPO is linked to the domain controller's OU, and in that GPO I set up auditing, directory service access, and object access. Since I did it in a GPO linked to the domain controller's OU, the one GPO will configure all of my domain controllers correctly. One setting, ready to go. Because I have, in my example, 10 domain controllers, I must now go into each domain controller's file system to set up the SACL for sysvol, because that's not replicated, okay? The permissions on the policies folder are not replicated. It is the contents of the policies folder that are replicated, not the permissions. So if you have 50 domain controllers, it could take a little bit of time. Really not that much time, but it's going to take a little bit of time. For Active Directory, it's a one-time shot because that is shared and replicated. So I'm going to go to my domain controller. I'm going to set up at the domain level permissions, just like I showed you, to track users, groups, computers, containers, organizational units, group policy, all that, okay? Now I do have to go in to another area if I want to get even deeper into Active Directory. Because Active Directory users and computers controls just what I listed, users, groups, computers, and whatnot. But what about the schema? What if there's a change to the schema? Well, the schema is managed by the Active Directory schema management, which is not even there by default, right? How many of you had to go through that process to enable the schema management tool, and then you have to go into the MMC, and in the MMC you have to add it in as a snap-in, and now you can actually see the schema management. You're going to have to do that too, okay? So it's going to take you about 15, maybe 20 minutes to get all of this set up. It's kind of a pattern, so you're just going to go in, you're going to set all this information up, and now we have all of our domain controllers tracking anything that changes in Active Directory. All right? So we set up auditing, then we set up the permissions, and we're ready to go. The result of this is we are going to have X number of logs, and X equals the number of domain controllers you have, because the logs aren't replicated between domain controllers. So if we have 10 domain controllers, how many logs do we have? 10. We're going to have 10. and they're each going to be unique. All right? The change that is logged must be in the log on the domain controller where the change occurred. All right? I've been teaching for years how to optimize the management of Active Directory. I need to make sure I know which domain controller I'm connected to. If I'm not connected to the correct domain controller, it could take a long time for that change to actually hit the computer that I'm concerned about. So I want to make sure that I manage that correctly. Inside of every single Microsoft management tool, it tells me which domain controller I'm connected to. Right up here it says server 100. That is the DC that I am connected to. I can change that. We need to change that to make sure that we're targeting the correct domain controller. You may have an organization that spans the world. You do not want to be changing a domain controller in Dubai when you're trying to modify a computer that's in Sydney, Australia. There might be a little bit of an issue there, okay? We have replication we have to worry about. We have inter-site and intra-site replication that we have to take in consideration. And we have a convergence time on how those things are going to replicate, okay? So we have to consider how these things are occurring, just like when we make a change, that change is going to be stored on the log on that domain controller, okay? So in order to view all of the events that are occurring in Active Directory, you would have to consolidate 10 logs into a single view to view that, okay? That might become a problem. I'm going to help you get past that problem. There's technology from Microsoft to help us with that. But we have to know how to set that up too, okay? So this is where we are at this point. Now, Microsoft, I think it was about 3 years ago, maybe it was 3.5 years ago, went out to the industry. And they started asking questions about security, compliance, and whether or not they, Microsoft, was doing the correct level of control for auditors and compliance regulations. The feedback was, no, you're not. You're not granular enough. We need more detail so that we can actually track the information that we want to track. Because Microsoft, when you tell us to do account management, well, that includes users, groups, and computers, and we don't want to track computers, and we don't want to track distribution groups. We only want security groups and users. But you're too generic, Microsoft. We need more granularity. Thus, Microsoft developed something called advanced auditing. Now, I was able to work with Microsoft on a technology that they actually implemented advanced auditing through, which was called SCM. It's right here in the next to last bullet point, Security Compliance Manager. How many of you have ever heard of Security Compliance Manager? Okay, there's not one person raising their hand in here, okay? That is not a good thing. Not from your standpoint, but from Microsoft's standpoint, okay? You know how much this tool costs? Nothing. It's free, right? I mean, how often do you get a free tool from Microsoft that's actually worth anything? Okay? Not very often. This tool, I think everybody needs it. If nothing else, it's documentation beyond what you've ever experienced before. Have any of you ever heard of the files called the threats and countermeasures? These were Word documents that Microsoft created. These things were hundreds of pages long, giving you information about what Microsoft recommends for security settings. All of those are in the tool now. I hate the term. It's used all the time. But I get it all the time, especially from auditors. What is Microsoft's best practice recommendation? Best practice. I don't understand that term. Because best practice for me may not be the best practice for you. Okay? Now, we may have recommended settings based on certain criteria. Well, guess what? All of those settings are in SCM. For example, if you pull up what's called a baseline in SCM, for Server 2008 R2 as a domain controller. There are 393 recommended settings from Microsoft in that file. Okay? 393. You may not want them all. That's fine. You can customize these things. The baselines are given to you from Microsoft as a starting point to help ensure that you create secure servers, secure domain controllers, secure DNS servers, secure file servers, secure whatever the role is for that server. Once I get my baseline created the way that I want it to, I can create a GPO from it. Right-click, create GPO. Wow. So I have documentation and the ability to create the settings in a click? Yes, that's true. It's an amazing tool. I highly suggest you go download the tool. You may not use it as a configuration tool, but you really want to have the details that are inside the tool. All right? And a lot of the tool was initiated around the same time of advanced auditing. And this advanced auditing is in the tool as well. The advanced auditing looks like this. If I go back into group policy, and notice when I look at auditing, I'm here under local policies, audit policy. But if I go down in the structure, I have advanced auditing right here. And advanced auditing has 9 sections. And the 9 sections look an awful lot like the original 9 sections. But there are differences. The differences are in the details. When I look at, let's say, account management, notice it has user, it has security group, it has computer. When I look at account logon, I have Kerberos and other logons. When I look at log on, log off, I have details around this. When I look at object access, look here, I have SAM, registry, I have file system, file share, all right? Why is this important for us, setting up tracking of Active Directory? Well, if you don't care about a particular area, don't include it in your audit configuration. Now the log, instead of being this big, and you have a bunch of information in the log that you don't care about, it's going to be this big and it's going to be everything that you care about. So now we're going to have fewer logs. And in the end, that's going to pay off for us. We want fewer logs. We want to track just what we want to track. Okay? So this is where this advanced auditing comes in. But advanced auditing creates a potential dilemma. Okay? You may not have known about advanced auditing before, but you've been using auditing for the last 10 years. What were to happen if you were to come into a group policy object, start clicking in advanced auditing, and you configure something that doesn't match your auditing? So you're using a subset instead of the full-blown auditing. And all of a sudden, the advanced auditing takes over, and now you're missing information in your log. Would that be a good thing? No. So Microsoft made a decision. Their decision was, we are always going to use auditing no matter what advanced auditing is set up until the administrator tells the system to use advanced auditing, which makes sense. That's what we want. We want continuous things to work. So in order for this advanced auditing to work, I have to come under my security options up here, and there is a setting that says force the subcategory, the detailed granular advanced auditing, to actually engage versus auditing. But I got to know it's here, and I got to go in and set this. If I don't go in and set this, my advanced auditing will not work. Only my auditing is going to work. Okay? This becomes a very frustrating task if you don't know these things are there. Okay? This is why I'm hopefully filling in some gaps about how the technologies kind of interface together and how we make sure we get what we want to work. all right? Another caveat to advanced auditing. Advanced auditing only works Server 2008, Windows Vista, and greater. This is not a backwards technology, all right? It's only for the newer operating systems, all right? So advanced auditing is here, and we want to use this. If you have newer operating systems, you want to use advanced auditing. It gives us more granular details, not only control, but there are more events with advanced auditing than with normal auditing. So we want to make sure we go in and set up advanced auditing to get as much information as possible. All right, for directory service access, these are those subcategories that we have. All right, these are the details of where we go in to configure advanced auditing. So we go in to group policy to do auditing. We go into group policy to do advanced auditing as well. For that compatibility issue that I just described and I went through, we need to go into the policy and tell the domain controllers, don't use auditing anymore, use advanced auditing. Some of you may have a mixture of domain controllers. Some may be running Windows Server 2008 R2, some might be running Server 2003 R2. Can you have a mixture of some domain controllers doing advanced auditing and some doing auditing? Sure, because it's per domain controller, all right? Each domain controller is going to control and audit at the level that it can perform at, okay? And if I tell a Server 2003 R2 domain controller to do advanced auditing, it's going to ignore you because it has no idea what you're talking about, okay? It's kind of like my stepdad. You know, his hearing isn't so good, so you're telling him something, and he's sitting watching TV, and he has no idea that you're talking to him, okay? It's the same type of thing for your legacy operating systems, all right? Enabled will ignore the legacy settings. Disabled will use the default behavior, which is baked in. Go ahead and use auditing, not the subcategories. All right? So at this point, what we have is we have our domain controllers told that they can audit Active Directory changes. We have our domain controllers told that they can track things that occur in sysvol. We're either using auditing or using advanced auditing. Now we have our security log filling up. This information is now in the security log. You really don't have to do anything else. It just starts putting information in the security log automatically. So once you have this set up, and if you go to your event viewer and then your security log, you are going to see that there are events in here. Now, currently, with my domain controller, I have 244,000 events. All right? Now, this is just a demo environment. I have one domain controller, one. I can't even do that much in here. I'm busy doing other things, so I'm not in here managing the domain a lot. I'm doing other things, so I'm not even doing that much in here. But I have 250,000 events with one domain controller. If I were to have 10 domain controllers, approximately how many events would I have? 2.5 million events. I have a simple task for you, okay? A simple task. Now, how long does this go back? 12.9 is the first event, and the last event goes back to 12.4, because I haven't really done that much. It's kind of been idle, okay? I haven't done a presentation for a week. That's why it kind of goes back, right? In your environment, most likely, the last event and the first event are in the same day, right? So my challenge to you, if you have 10 domain controllers, is I simply want you to go through the log to determine if the domain admins group changed membership in the last day. Sounds easy enough, right? It's a simple task. Did domain admins change membership or not? It's logged. There it is. Who wants that job? Actually, I do. If you're paying by the hour, I am available. Okay? It might take me a week and a half, and by then, who really cares? Because now we have more events that I have to worry about. But I want you to consider the amount of data that is here. One domain controller has 250,000 events. All right, let's do, who has more than 50 domain controllers in one domain? How many do you have? About?
More than 100.
How much?
More than 100.
More than 100? Holy moly. How many you got? Wow. Okay, so we're going to say 100 because we want to do easy math. If they have 100 domain controllers, in one day, how many logs do they have? 100. And how many events do they potentially have? Was it 25 million events? So I'm going to give you the same task. I just want to know if the domain admins group changed. It's a simple thing. I don't even care about it. I'm not even giving you enterprise admins and DNS admins and all the other admin groups. I just care about domain admins. This is why I feel you're not logging. It's too much information. The complexity is too much. Okay? Well, unfortunately, we have other decisions to make which could possibly make it worse. Right? I have to determine my log size. My current log size that has 250,000 events is properties 131 meg. Okay, so I'm kind of, I call this a tweener, right? I'm kind of in between large and in between small. Well, what does Microsoft recommend? Well, let's go and look that up. Here under event log, I have maximum security log size. And if I go to explain, it explains what Microsoft recommends. Now the first sentence says, security setting specifies the maximum size of the security event log, which has a theoretical maximum of 4 gig. Okay? Now, if we were to move to 4 gig for a domain controller in a production environment, how quickly would 4 gigs of space fill up? Pretty quick, right? Especially if you're doing quite a bit in your domain. But we don't get 4 gigs because you have to read on. The practical limit is 300 meg. Wow. That is a factor of 10. It's actually a factor of about 11 or 12. I'm giving Microsoft some credit here. It is 1/10 theoretical. If you were to set your logs on your 100 domain controllers to 300 meg in a single day, how many logs would you have? I mean, we have to worry about this, correct? Right? This becomes a huge issue. I just came up with the first issue. 10 logs, 10 domain controllers, 2.5 million events. Okay? That's if I can put all the logs in one day into one log. But if I scale it back to 300 meg, that means that once the log fills up, I'm going to have to archive it. And then I have to archive it again, and I have to archive it again, and I have to archive it again. So let's say that you have 10 domain controllers, and in one day, the log fills up 5 times. Now, mine is at 131 meg. The theoretical is 300. So I could potentially have 500,000 events in one log. And I'm filling it up 5 times for 1 DC. Right? That's 2.5 million per DC. That's 25 million for 10 DCs in 1 day. It just got worse, didn't it? So I give you the challenge. I just want to know if the domain admins group changed membership. It's a simple request. Who else wants to know that? When you go back, do you want to know if the domain admins group changed when you're gone? Okay, so it's not a radical request. It's a very simple request. Okay? Now, when you go back to your office, can you verify for me, using the log or using whatever technology you have in place, that the domain admins group didn't change? Because what you cannot do is just go look to see if someone new is in there. Can you? Because when you left this morning, the person sitting next to you could have put someone in there. And then before you checked the log or checked the group, they could have taken them out, correct? So all day long, someone could have been playing around as a domain admin in your environment. Would you know? No, you would not. Not without a tool. It's in the log, but you have 25 million events you have to sift through. Okay? Now, Microsoft has given us some different technologies. And some of these technologies have helped us as administrators do our job. One of them is right here. The next to last radio button. Archive the log when full. Do you know that Windows 2000 it didn't say that? What did it say in Windows 2000? Anyone remember what it said in Windows 2000? What's that? It used to say override events as needed, and then override events older than so many days. They swapped it out. How many of you knew that Windows now creates archives of logs? That's scary. We don't know this stuff. It's there. Microsoft doesn't announce this. It's been doing it for a long time. Okay? We actually have controls in group policy to control how the log is saved. Here in group policy, hidden nonetheless, down here under administrative templates, Windows components, event viewer, nope, wrong one, event log service, security, we have backup log automatically when full. So I don't have to go to every single security log and set it up. I go to group policy, set up once, and I'm done. Not only can I set it up, I can tell it where to store the log path. Now we're getting somewhere, right? Because you have a lot of logs. I'm sorry. You have 10 times of what I'm talking about. It gets really bad in your environment, right? I only have 10. He's got 10 times my 10. Right? So I have a lot of logs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them all in one place. Now I have a centralized log storage server. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Okay? But I'm going to help you with that. We're going to whittle through that. But this is where you can go in and you can control the archiving of the log, which Microsoft now gives you for free. Many organizations had to go buy a third-party tool to do this in order to archive their logs because Microsoft didn't do it, or they had to create a VB script or some other scripting solution to do this. Now, the event IDs have changed, right? We used to have a 3-digit ID, now we have a 4-digit ID. So I've tried to give you some areas here where you can go do a little research on these event IDs, okay? The event IDs really become important because you're gonna have to filter inside of these security logs in order to find what you want to do. So this is a great place for you to go and determine what you need to filter on in order to get the information out that you need, all right? And the way that you are going to help yourself to sift through these logs to find out in the last day if domain admins changed or not is you're going to use a custom view. okay? Custom views really give us something as admins we've never had before, which is the ability to look in a single view across multiple logs, a chronological order of what's happening in the environment, okay? Now, if I go back to my event viewer, custom views are up here. Microsoft gives us some of these, and I've created quite a few of them. But let's say, for example, let's see, I have event, what is that, 4709 and 4769. No, 4768 and 69. 47, 68, and 69. Help me remember those because I'm going to forget by the time I get done here. All right, so create a custom view. I want to do all this. I want to go into my security log. Notice I could pick multiple logs here. This is really where the power comes in. And 4678, 4679. So I don't want all of them. I just what I want. Give it a name. Kerberos. I typed the wrong one, didn't I? 4689. So you're supposed to help me remember that. 89 and, oh, hold on. No, 47, 68, and 69. Dang it. 47, 68, and 69. So properties, 40. Ooh, there's a little dyslexia working there. 47, 68, and 47, 69. Okay. There we go. I have now parsed 250,000 events down to 1,900. Now we're getting somewhere, okay? So what you can do is you can go out to those files that I just pointed you to for whatever operating system you're dealing with, and you can look up what the modification of a group event ID is. You go create a custom view for that, and the custom view only lists group modifications. And let's say that we did that. So we have 1,900 events and one log that's changed a group. So that means if I have 10, I've gone from 2.5 million to 20,000. That's much better, okay? But what do I really want to do? I don't want to know every group change, do I? I only want to know domain admins. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here and I'm going to create a filter. Where's my filter? Oh. So I am going to filter the custom view, and right here, keywords. Ha! Wonderful. I'm just going to type in domain admins, and I'm done. I can't type. Microsoft doesn't allow me to choose the keyword. I have to choose from theirs. And domain admins isn't an option. Gosh, we were so close, weren't we? We were this close, right? But wait a minute. This is only the current log. Per DC, I had 5 in a day, so that means I got to get 4 more logs in this view. How do I do that? Well, I could go here to security, and I can open a saved log. That'll allow me to pull all 5 of them in. So if I have 10 domain controllers and each of them has 5 logs per day, that means I have 50 logs per day. That means that I have to import 50 logs into a single event viewer per day so that I can create a custom view so that I can parse the information. Who wants that job? Ugh. Okay. We took a step forward and now we just took a step back. All right? So we have the logs and they're archived, but now they're in a file and there's no way to look at them without importing them back in. Now granted, I'm talking about 10 DCs in one day. You typically don't deal with one day at a time. You're dealing with a week, a month at a time. So you have 5 times 10 times however many days you're dealing with that you're going to have to manipulate these particular files. All right? So Microsoft gets us so far. All the information is right here. It's right here. I just don't have any way to tap into it yet. Okay, we're getting closer. They're archiving automatically for me. I have the custom views, which really help me. But wouldn't it be great to actually have a single log of all the domain controllers, right? A single log. That's possible. Free technology from Microsoft. That is possible. It's been possible for years. Was that? Subscriptions. How many else of you have heard the word subscriptions? A couple. We're getting better there too. Okay? This is a hidden gem. Microsoft created a technology called event log forwarding, and you create what's called a subscription, and the subscription defines what you're going to collect. Here are subscriptions. Subscription does two things. First, it specifies which computers I want to gather logs from. So I would list all 10 domain controllers. That's pretty easy. Then the subscription defines, well, what do you want to gather? I just want my event IDs that I want. I could have multiple of these subscriptions creating all of these logs of just the information that I want. So now I have 10 DCs in one log. Closer. We're really getting closer, right? But I have the same limitation. My limitation is I can't filter down to domain admins. So I'm still going to have 20,000 events in a day that I'm going to have to filter through in order to find domain admins. And I know you all have gone through this process. I need to find an event. Okay, scroll, no, not there. Next. Scroll, no, not there. No, okay, next. All right, scroll up, next. All right, how many of you have done this, trying to find something? Brutal. This is awful. Okay, but we can resize the window, correct? No, you can't resize the window. You get to scroll. It's just scrolling. It's a mouse test is really what it is, right? And who knows what this is? Logon ID 3E7 process. Oh my gosh, what am I looking at? Right? I have no idea. So what do we have to do? We hit the internet, right? We take the event ID, we go out to the internet, we put in a couple of keywords that are in the description because someone has spent some time, not Microsoft, someone has spent the time to help us understand what in the world this actually means. So now we have the issue with trying to decrypt the information that's actually here. It's there, but we have to parse through it. It may be binary, it may be some other format, I don't know. It may be some special code, right? Like notice here, type 3 is a limited token with administrative privileges removed and administrative groups disabled. Okay, I understand what it's saying, but what does that mean really, right? I don't know, I gotta go look it up. So these are some things, some other roadblocks that we have which kind of make this whole concept more difficult. We have voluminous information, volumes of information that we have to go through. We can filter it down to a subset, but even when we get it filtered down to the subset, we have to go to every single event looking for the information that we want, and we're hoping it's in a format that we can read and understand. But it's not always that way, okay? We have event log forwarding, subscriptions, that help us gather information from a multitude of machines and put it into a centralized log. By default, subscriptions show up under this forwarded events log right there. The forwarded events are where all of my forwarded events from other DCs show up. So that's where my centralized log gets to. But again, I don't have the ability to kind of parse through them. Now, early in 2015, I have the opportunity, I'm going to go on vacation, and I'm going to be in the Bahamas. And there's really nothing better than sitting, drinking a margarita or a cola or a lemonade on a beach and knowing when critical things happen on your network, right? I mean, I don't want to get a lot of emails, but wouldn't it be nice if you're sitting there and all of a sudden your phone tells you someone was added to the domain admins group so you can actually take action before you get back from vacation, before something bad happens? But unfortunately with this, because I can do alerting, I can actually set up alerts. Watch this. Inside of Event Viewer, I can pick an event and I can attach a task to the event, and that task can be send an email. That's pretty cool. But when I try to do it for domain admins, no matter which group changes membership, I'm going to get an email. So how many emails am I going to get before I throw my phone in the ocean and say, I don't want to hear this anymore? Okay, I'm thinking about 10. That's where my threshold is. I have a very low threshold. I'm on vacation, right? So when I see that HR changed, and I see that help desk changed, and I see that finance changed, and I see that project one changed, none of these matter to me. I only want to know if domain admin changes. But I can't get down to that level because the tool doesn't allow me to do that. So yes, I have some awesome technology at my fingertips. I have the ability to track everything that's occurring in Active Directory. I have them in the logs. They're all right there, but the logs are too small, right? The practical limit, according to Microsoft, is 300 meg. That's really small, okay? Events are hard to decrypt. I don't know what they all mean. I got to go research them, right? I have a multitude of logs. I have 10. He has over 100. We have a lot of logs. And we have a lot of archived logs. Alerting isn't detailed enough. I'm going to get way too many alerts, and it's too much. I don't want to deal with that, right? I might as well turn it off and come up with another way to search through them. And in the end, the interface doesn't provide reporting. Because isn't that what you want? I mean, if I give you the challenge, go and find out if domain admins changed today, you just want to report. Because it's not me asking, it's your boss, or it's someone in security, or it's an auditor, or someone in compliance. And you really want to give them a PDF, don't you? That's what you want. Here's the date range, here's all the things that have changed. Here you go, I'll email it to you, right? So watch this. Right? Click Reports. Scroll down here. That's 3 clicks. That's 4 clicks. Modified admin groups, that's 5 clicks. Over the last day, so today. Nope. 5 clicks, I gave you the answer. Oh, you want to know if it's changed in the last month? Not a problem. Click. I want to know if they changed in October. Domain admins. Uh-oh. Yes, they did. Twice. Tell me that isn't better than looking through 2.5 million events looking for the information. Because I didn't look at 2.5 million events. I looked at the entire month of October in a single click. Okay? You found a better way. You do what? You disable. That actually, if we just get rid of all domain admins, that would help too, and then they can't modify the group. So this is awesome. I have been waiting for a tool like this for 15 years. Because I teach admins, I teach auditors, and they're constantly asking me, we have critical things in our Active Directory that we need to track. Can you help us? Yeah, go set up auditing and good luck. That's what I've been telling them for this long. Because you need a tool. Okay, I have certain things, and many of you that have read my blog or read articles, I have tons of articles out there, tons of blogs out there, you probably know that certain things trigger me. One thing that triggers me is when a company like Microsoft, after 15 years of having a product, doesn't have a solution for this. I wrote a blog on it not too long ago because it really upsets me that Microsoft isn't helping us. We are the customer. When I asked how many of you want to know if Domain Admins Group changed in the last day, you all rose your hand and said, yes, I want to know that. Why can't Microsoft create a tool that does it? Because me sifting through 2.5 million events is not a solution. That is not a viable solution. Okay? That is a viable solution. Click, click, click. Done. Okay? Now, I have, in my own brain, over the years, came up with the concept that we don't all have the same admin groups. Right? We all have domain admins and enterprise admins. But some of you have Exchange installed and some of you don't. Some of you have SharePoint and some of you don't. Some of you have SQL, some of you don't. When I install those types of tools, are new groups created in Active Directory with privileged access? Yeah. And I know all of you did this because we're admins and we do this. When you installed Active Directory, did you create custom groups for your organization? And those custom groups have privileged access? And they're called, who knows what they're called because you came up with a name for them? Those are all privileged groups, correct? So when I look at admin groups, for me, that's different than it is for you, correct? And don't you want to track all of your admin groups? So this isn't going to do everything, will it? But it will, with a couple of clicks. Watch this. Configuration, group modification, modified admin groups, hit the little filter, and add in the groups that you have. That's how easy customization is for this. Click, 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 done. Now I've dealt with a lot of other third-party products. A lot. I'm not going to mention names, but there are some that are so complicated that you can't figure out how to do them. So what do those tools do? They sit on your shelf because you don't want to have to take the time to figure out how to use a tool like that. A tool like this, it's pretty simple, right? And what if I want to know if any of my privileged groups changed? Well, don't I have a report for that? Because right here I have HR managers, finance managers, DNS admins. I have all of my admin groups. So I go here under alerts, right? And right there, I have it telling me that a group has changed. I have an alert associated with this, right? So view alert profiles. Right here, I have an alert profile for modified admin groups. So that means that that profile for the report, if anything is triggered based on the report, I'm going to have an alert show up. That's how simple alerts are to create. Now watch this. I'm gonna try to do this live. Right? We'll go over here to the dashboard. I'm going to go into Active Directory users and computers. I think I got rid of it. Nope, right there it is. I'm going to come here to domain admins. Members, add, and I'm going to add Dave. Ready? Click, click, click. I go back to my interface, refresh, and I have a new alert. Come on, that's awesome. I had an alert immediately. That means that on my phone, I can get an email immediately when the group changes. Tell me other things in your environment that are real time like that. Not much, okay? How many of you are eating lunch and the phone rings and someone complains, yep, we've been fighting for an hour, we haven't been able to get into the system. So now you have to spend another hour or two trying to troubleshoot it. 3 hours later, you fixed a problem that occurred at 11 o'clock that you could have been notified immediately with an email, hey, something's wrong. So when someone calls you at noon, you're like, yeah, I've been working on it for an hour. I'll fix it soon. Okay? This is real time. What is happening is that AD Audit Plus in real time is going to all the domain controller's logs, and when any log occurs, any event occurs in a log, it takes the log from the security log and puts it into the AD audit log. It's real time, 100% real time. So what I have with this tool is a solution to all of these issues. First of all, I have 125 plus standard reports. I don't have to do anything. If you want to know who's logged on over the last week, it'll tell you. If you want to know who has failed to log on due to a bad password, there's a report for that. I love this report, right? I think all admins love this report. This is one of my favorites. Reports, account management. I want to know any and all Active Directory changes. Show them to me. Because Active Directory is not simple, and one change over here may have a ripple effect over here. I need to know them all. Click, done. 125 built-in reports across all the objects and anything that could possibly change, including group policy. Okay? I have custom reporting possible. You saw how quick and easy it was for me to add custom admin groups. All right? Then I have alerting possible. The alerting that I have goes down to the group level. So I'm not getting emails based on any group. I'm getting emails based on the groups that I care about. And the tool does all of that for me. But I'm using Microsoft technology. Now, I have coined this term, which is true continuous auditing. Because true continuous auditing is really what we're doing here. I create a baseline to know that everything's perfect, and then I just look at my logs to know what's changed. Extremely powerful. Now when the auditor comes to you, you say, I want to report on what's changed. Done. Generate the report, give them the report. Okay? So true change monitoring is now possible, and you have a GUI that you can throw in front of it. Single clicks, and you now can view any changes occurred in your Active Directory at any time from anywhere because it's HTML based. Okay? So really, that's what AD Audit does. AD Audit allows you to view things you've never thought possible. Okay? So I know we were kind of started a little bit late. I apologize for that. Hopefully I didn't run through the information too quick, but we do have a full day of information. Our next session is going to be on delegation. Again, something that's near and dear to me, and we're going to talk about how to set up delegation using the Microsoft way, some issues with that, and then I'm going to go in and show you how to set it up with a couple of clicks. They have that capability. I have administrators. Now, administrators is a little confusing when we talk about what their privilege is in Active Directory. Administrators, and I'll show you the group here. So if I go to Active Directory users and computers, and administrators is tucked away in a special little area called built-in, but I have administrators here. If I place someone in the administrators group in Active Directory, it means that they can control the domain controllers for that domain. Not the servers, not the desktops, just the domain controllers. But what is one key aspect of your domain that is stored on domain controllers? Active Directory. So in essence, if I am in the administrators group in Active Directory, I can become a domain admin because I can just put myself in the domain admins group because I have control over that group as well because that's on a domain controller. But by definition, the administrators can only control the domain controllers. Okay, that's kind of how this group is here. Other groups that we have that have elevated privilege. Cert publishers. So if you have a Windows certificate server, someone in this group can manage the certificate server. They can create certificates, they can revoke certificates. This has a lot of power because I can actually do a denial of service attack by revoking everyone's certificate, and now no one can communicate, maybe through email, because their certificate's going to fail, and now they can't communicate. So I have a lot of power if I'm in this group. I have DHCP administrators, DNS admins. People placed in these groups have the ability to manage these services, these servers that run these services. Obviously, if I modify DHCP incorrectly, it could be a denial of service attack. If I modify DNS, it could be a redirection, and I could get someone to come to my machine and someone to someone else's machine, and I could glean information from that. So a lot of these have security implications around them. Cert publishers, DHCP admins, DNS admins, these groups are empty by default. And typically the domain administrators control these other services in your environment. Then we get down to group policy creator owners. If I am in the group policy creator owners group, it means that I can create group policy objects in the domain and then manage those group policy objects that I create. Okay? This is really a legacy group. This was the group that Microsoft defined back in the Windows 2000 era to help manage group policy. Now, I don't know how many of you remember that long ago, back into Windows 2000, but in Windows 2000 we didn't have the group policy management console. The way that we administered group policy in Windows 2000 was through Active Directory users and computers. We actually had to go tunnel through to get to the group policy in order to see the GPOs. As soon as Microsoft released the group policy management console, which started with Windows XP, the group policy creator owners group really wasn't needed anymore. But for backwards compatibility, they left it, and it's still there today. Okay? Account operators. Remember in my first session, I was saying that some things really I want to get on my soapbox and kind of drives me crazy about Microsoft? Account operators is one of them. This is a legacy group. This group was started in Windows NT. In Windows NT, we didn't have delegations. So if I wanted to give someone the ability to reset passwords for users, but not make them a domain admin, I made them an account operator. But what else can an account operator do? Create, modify, and delete any account in Active Directory. That's too much, right? We should not be using this group for delegations. I think this group should be empty. I think the group should be deleted, right? And we should use delegations. But the group is still here, so we have to understand how to use the group securely and in a productive way. Then we have backup operators. In the same way that if I placed a user in the backup operators on a server, if I place a user in the backup operators in Active Directory, what can they back up? Just the domain controllers. Okay? The backup operators in Active Directory can only back up domain controllers. They cannot back up workstations and servers. If you want them to do that, you'd have to put the group in the local group in order for them to do that. All right? So these groups have specific scope and they have specific privileges. They are a subset of the overall privileges, except for domain admins. So they can only do a subset of the tasks. They can't do everything. It's just carving out what you want them to be able to control. Now, these are groups per domain. We have some groups per enterprise, per the forest as well. How many groups do we have that are forest-wide? 2. And there they are. Schema admins and enterprise admins. Now, the schema, a little confusing at times, right? What is the schema? Well, the schema is the definition of every object in Active Directory. Now, not every user, it's the definition of a user object, right? So if I were to go to the schema and look up the definition of a user, it would say that a user has a first name, has a last name, has a middle name, right? Has a login name, has an address, has a phone number, has all of these properties called attributes, and the schema defines that, okay? In order for me to add an additional property to a user object, I have to be a schema admin to do that, okay? For example, is shoe size a default property of a user account? No, it's not. Well, maybe in your environment, I don't know, maybe you've added it, I don't know. But in mine, it's not, okay? Shoe size is not a default property. But what if you work for the Nike Corporation and every holiday, right, every Christmas, Nike gives you a free pair of shoes? Well, that's kind of neat. They can run a report, right? An LDAP report, every user, their address, their shoe size, ship you a pair of shoes, nicely wrapped. In order for me to add shoe size to a user object, I have to be a schema admin. How often do these types of changes occur in a normal production environment? How often do you change and update the schema?
There's a new application added to the...
If there's a new application added, okay? That's a critical point. If you get a new application and you aren't aware that it updates the schema, wouldn't you want to know that? I would. How can we know if an application updates the schema or not? Please don't say call the vendor and ask. No, I don't think that would work. What is a foolproof way of knowing if the schema is changed when you install an application?
You should be schema admin to be able to do that.
So how do I know if it's going to update the schema? Try to install it as a non-schema admin, and it will fail. It'll actually give you an error message saying you have to be a schema admin in order to install this. I want to know that, okay? And how often do we install applications that update the schema? And how often do we install Exchange? Hopefully once, right?
Even for upgrades?
Yeah, absolutely, but how often do you upgrade?
Every new version.
Okay, so when a new version comes out, every 12 to 18 months. What happens in between there? We're not updating the schema. So, in my opinion, who should be in the schema admins on a daily basis? No one. No one. I think the group should be empty. That way, I know if something is trying to change the schema. And what did we talk about in the first session? When something changes in AD, I want to know it. I want to be able to look in the history and say the enterprise or the schema admins changed here on a Monday, someone was added, and on Wednesday they were taken out. That gives me a window of opportunity of when the schema could have been changed. It gives me the history of what's happening in my environment, okay? Enterprise admins. What can an enterprise admin do? Really, it's easier to ask, what can't an enterprise admin do? All right? Because there's really only one thing an enterprise admin can't do. And what is that? The schema. There we go, all right? So in order to change the schema, an enterprise admin can't do that, right? What can an enterprise admin do that a domain admin can't do? Forest level changes, okay? Adding a domain to the forest, removing a domain from the forest, adding an Active Directory site, modifying an Active Directory site. So anything that is enterprise, I need to be an enterprise admin to do that. How often are you adding and removing domains from your forest? Not very often. How often are you modifying sites? Not very often. Who should be in enterprise admins on a daily basis? No one, in my opinion. Just my opinion. It's too big. No one needs this much power, okay?
But if you need to do force replication, you need to have access to enterprise to replicate to the parent domain controllers. Otherwise, it cannot be.
Well, but the users aren't doing that. The domain controllers are doing that.
It's automated by the domain controller. I mean, if you want to force that.
If you want to force, yeah, and if you want to force, absolutely. I would hopefully hope you're not doing that often, though. Hopefully the system is doing that automatically for you, right? Right? And again, and it's, I want these groups to be lean and secure as much as possible, right? And certainly, if I need to do updates or I need to do replication, forcing replication, yes, I have to be in these particular groups, but I shouldn't be doing that often, okay? I have met very few administrators that have proven to me, yes, I need to be an enterprise admin every single day, okay? Granted, I may be in 4 different domain admins groups, that's okay, but 4 domain admins groups and I have 4 domains is a different level of privilege than being an enterprise admin, okay? So I think these groups should be limited. But if no one is in the enterprise admins group, then who can add someone to the enterprise admins group? What's that? Okay, so which domain is the enterprise admins group in? The root. And doesn't the root domain have a domain admins group? And doesn't the domain admins group control everything about that domain, including enterprise admins? That's who can change it. Again, I'm not saying get rid of all domain admins. I'm saying get rid of enterprise admins. Therefore, when I have AD Audit Plus in place, I can go back historically and know when someone was added to perform an action that was forest-wide. This is the kind of tracking that I want to have in place, okay? So these are the groups that we have, and these are the ways that we can implement this. In the first session, we talked about the fact that we have different types of groups, and we were able to customize a report to add what admin group means. So we have service and application-based groups that also add elevated privileges. And typically, these are granted user rights, or these are granted some type of other group membership in order to grant them these privileges. But we're going to have these application and service-based groups as well, such as Exchange we mentioned earlier, SQL, SharePoint, and the like. We also have custom admin groups. We mentioned these. Custom admin groups are groups that we create as administrators to either bypass the default groups or assist with the default groups to grant elevated privileges for certain things throughout the environment. So how do we verify group membership? Well, we could go into Active Directory users and computers. That's probably the easiest way. So if I come in here to administrators and I go to members, it lists for me all of the members that are in administrators. And I have 2 users and I have 2 groups. So what do I have to do now? Now I have to go to those 2 groups and see who has membership in those 2 groups. Could I have groups in those groups? Maybe. Who likes this task? Someone comes to you and says, I need to know every user that's in this group. Oh, really? Not again. Right? Because you have to iterate recursively through all of these groups. Not me. I no longer have to do that. I go over here to AD Manager Plus. I go to AD Reports. I go to Group Reports. I go to Group Members. I say I want detailed. I want to know users and groups that are in administrators, and there are my users. Done. It does it recursively. Click, click, done. Are you noticing the pattern here? A couple of clicks, and you get the information that you need. Now, if you'd rather use a Microsoft solution, there are some Microsoft solutions out there, such as PowerShell. Any PowerShell gurus? Any PowerShell users that want to be a PowerShell guru? Yeah, come with this. PowerShell, woo! That's a scary thing, right? It's powerful, extremely powerful. I'm going to give you some insight into Microsoft. I'm an MVP, and we have an MVP summit, which means MVPs from around the world converge at Redmond, Washington for a week of in-depth, futuristic discussions about Windows, right? Last year, so it would have been a year and a half ago now, I was at the summit, and we were told that within Microsoft, every single radio button, checkbox, input box, or anything to configure in any interface anywhere must have a PowerShell script or option associated with it. There are some of the most ridiculous PowerShell things that you can do with PowerShell that you would never ever do in a million years because you'd rather just go into a GUI and go click. Or if you had to use PowerShell, the PowerShell script would be this long. Okay? That gives you insight into where Microsoft is going. That's where they're headed. They are making everything PowerShell enabled. Everything. Okay? So when I ask how many of you are using PowerShell and less than 5% raise your hand, I'm going to encourage you not to become PowerShell experts. That's not what I'm saying. But you have to get a little bit adept at PowerShell because it's coming. Microsoft is bringing PowerShell to you whether you want it or not. All right? I tried to do something in PowerShell about 3 weeks ago, and I couldn't figure out how to do it. So I went out to the internet, and the shortest PowerShell script that I could find to do what I wanted was this long. Now, that may not look like very much from your seat, but that's about 12 to 15 lines of code using PowerShell. You have to be a developer to do a lot in PowerShell. You really have to be a developer to use the tool completely. But there are some awesome things in PowerShell which are free and built in. I would encourage you, if you don't have it yet, go download the Active Directory module for PowerShell. How many have installed the Active Directory module? Have you used it much? Okay. It has an option to recursively go through groups. Fantastic. It's amazing. Okay. The AD man down. we got one down. The AD module is really cool. It's extremely powerful, and I would highly encourage you to go download it, install it, and at least have it in kind of your toolkit to help you with that. Okay. Then there's Power GUI. Right. Power GUI was developed by Quest and now Dell, and Power GUI sits on top of PowerShell and allows you to do some of these PowerShell type things, right? But I'm going to warn you, PowerShell is powerful and by default doesn't give you any feedback. So you go do things and you cross your fingers and hope that it didn't break, right? So you have to do the regression testing with PowerShell just like any development tool, but certainly some of these tools can help you discover what the group membership is, okay? So that gives you the configuration as well as the verification for groups. But what about raw delegation, or delegation the way that Microsoft has defined it? Well, this type of delegation is actually done in Active Directory users and computers. And if we go and look at this delegation, so I'm going to jump into Active Directory users and computers, the idea of delegation is similar to what we do with files and folders and their permissions. If I have a folder that has financial data inside of it, I am going to go to the folder level and grant the finance group some level of control over the finance folder, and now they automatically have control over the files that are in the folder. That makes sense. The same thing with delegation. Let's say that we have a group of employees that should have the ability to reset passwords for all of my HR employees. They were hired just to do that. Let's say that I have, 500 HR employees and it's a problem that they keep forgetting their passwords. So I have a group dedicated to resetting passwords for just HR employees. Okay? So what I do is I go to the HR OU and I'm going to grant a group power over this particular OU of users. So I have to have a group to do that with, right? So here under IT, under Help Desk, I am going to create a new group called HR Password Reset. Then I go to HR, and I have this thing called the Delegate Control Wizard. Okay. And the Delegate Control Wizard allows me to specify who I'm going to give the power to. And the who is my HR Password Reset group. Then it says, what power do you want to grant them? I want to grant them the ability to reset user passwords and also specify that they have to reset their password at next logon. Okay? So I'm putting in the system the security that I am going to reset the password, but the user is going to reset it at next logon. That way it's helping ensure that that same password that I knew at initial is not the same password today. Then the next says a summary and finish. Well, that was pretty easy, right? What did I actually do? When I did that, what happened? It kind of looks like magic, right? I said who, I said what, I said finish, and I'm done. Who has used the Delegate Control Wizard before? Okay, who has used it, and we're amongst friends, you can be honest, who has used it once or twice, but you really had no idea what was happening in the background, so you kind of never used it again. Okay? I think that's true with a lot of us, because we're admins, right? And when you're an admin and you see an option, what do? Do you go research it and find out everything that it does so that when you do it, you know what's going on? Or you just kind of jump in and go, hey, I wonder what this does. I don't read the manual. Heck, I don't think there is a manual for this, actually. But we don't read the manual. We just kind of jump in and try to do it. Well, let me show you what the Delegate Control Wizard did. First of all, I have to go to Properties. Then I go to Security tab. But when you do that, most of you aren't going to have a Security tab. Your environment's going to look like this. Again, we're amongst friends. How many of you looked at this the first time and you had no idea how to get the security tab there? Because I fall into that category. Granted, it was probably 15 years ago, but I'm like, why isn't there a security tab here? The article I'm reading says there's a security tab, and in the graphic in the article, there's a security tab, so I know one can exist. And in order to get the security tab, we have to set up advanced features. Now, one thing that I love about computers and education is logic. And the logic inference this is making does not make me feel comfortable. Because what is the logical inference here? Microsoft thinks what? Security's advanced. Okay, security should be foundational concepts. This is not an advanced feature. Security should be basic. This is one of the problems that we have with Microsoft products. Microsoft thinks that security is advanced, and by default, they don't even give us the ability to configure security. That's a problem, okay? And I believe that if you go read news publications over the last 3 years, we see that all the time because we aren't securing Windows properly. But we have advanced features. So we're going to come in here. We're going to go to properties. We're going to go to security. And right there is my HR password reset group. And it doesn't have any of these properties or permissions. It has this one. What does special mean here? Special means not one of the others above it, okay? Which are groupings of permissions. It is a grouping that is not by default. It's a grouping that is not defined. So we have to go look at the special permissions. We go to advanced, and notice that there are 2 entries, one here and one here. This one, if we go and look at the details, has 1 check. 1. And it says reset password. The other setting has 2 checks. So that wizard made 3 checks. How impressive was that it carved out the correct 3 checks? How many possible checks are there? Let's count. So I'm going to go back over here. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say there's 10, right? So that's 10. That's 20 possible checks for all those possible areas to configure. Okay? Here there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. There's 30. There's 60. There's 90. There's 120. Okay? So just off the cuff, 120 times 20 is what, 2,400? Okay? That's a complete guess, because they're not all the same. But don't forget, we have these settings, which are in a totally different area, under properties. We all know the rule of thumb, how big a list is, correct? And how do we know how big a list is? How small the scroll bar is. How small is that scroll bar? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, There's approximately 400 in this one list, because these are properties. And then we also have those lists. Okay, I have estimated there are over 15,000 potential check marks for one OU. This delegation wizard picked 3 of 15,000. That's impressive. Okay? Because could you do it manually? Well, yeah, after you looked at it. But if I just give you the challenge, go and configure the ability to reset passwords manually. How many of you have attempted to delegate manual delegations through this method? Were you successful? Kinda. You hope, right? I don't know. I tried. 15,000. I don't know. It's very complex. It's extremely complex to go in here and try to do this because of the amount of information that you're looking through. And I don't know. I mean, this alone. What does write MSRAS RAS saved callback number? Actually, I know what that is, but we don't even use that anymore, right? We don't use the callback number. Well, I don't. Anyone using callback numbers still with dial-up? Remember those days? Whew, that's scary. All right. Property 02. That's a good one right there. Property number 2. Not number 1, number 2. I have no idea. Okay? So this becomes complex. And it becomes something that, yes, the delegation wizard does it, but there's only a couple of things that we really delegate, right? We might delegate resetting passwords, changing group membership, adding a computer to an organizational unit. These are common delegation tasks that are done in Active Directory. But it kind of stops there because we really don't know where to go from there. And the delegation wizard helps us set these up. It defines who can perform what action, okay? And now that the delegation wizard is created, we need to provide a tool to the delegates. Because we just delegated to the help desk or the HR password reset group the ability to reset passwords for those users. Now, we're going to go in. We'll see if we can get this to work live. I'm going to add a user to that group. So here in IT, we have the HR password reset, and I'm going to add technician 2 to that group. Members, add technician 2. Apply. Good. All right. Now, technician 2. Logs on here. You have to give them an interface so they can reset the passwords for the users in HR. What are you going to give them? Active Directory users and computers, right? Well, this is a Windows 7 machine. How do I get it there? What's that? RSAT. What's that stand for? Remote Server Administrative Tools. Who's installed the RSAT for desktops? Okay, the first time you installed it, how many of you went to the start menu and said, what do I do now? Right? Come on, we all did. You know why? Because I did too. Because what was the tool before RSAT? The admin pack. When we installed the admin pack, what showed up on the start menu? All of the administrative tools. Didn't that make sense? Oh, Microsoft went into this conservative mode, least privilege, least access. Yes, you installed RSAT, but no, you can't do anything now until you go in and configure whatever tool you want to show up on administrative tools is now available on administrative tools through Control Panel, right? That was another problem, wasn't it? Because if I now go into Control Panel and I need to modify an application, which applet do I go to? Which one did you try to go to? Be honest. Which applet did you go to in order to modify whether or not it... No, it's in here. What's that? Add remove programs. Is it here? No, why isn't it here? What's here instead? Programs and features. Okay, I have a philosophy. I believe that there is a team of Microsoft employees that once a year they meet for a week. And they just sit and think, what can we change now for no reason, just to confuse people? Do you ever wonder that? I think there's a team, right? And they're really good at their job. This is one of the best ones, right? But what is their claim to fame? What did they do from Windows 7 to Windows 8? Remove the start button. That's a good one. What do we want to do this year? Oh, we got to do better than last year. What did we do last year? We removed add remove programs. That was a really good one, but they could find it because we used the word program. What are we going to do this year? Let's see. Everyone uses the start button. Let's just remove it and see what happens. Right? What happened? No one bought Windows 8. Anyway, okay. So I have to come down here to programs and features. Within programs and features, I have to go in and I have to control Windows features. Within Windows features, I have to find remote server administrative tools. And under remote server administrative tools, I have to go and add the Active Directory tools. Whew. Once I do that, now I don't have Active Directory tools, but if I go to Control Panel, I have Administrative Tools, and under Administrative Tools, I have Active Directory Users and Computers. If I go to Active Directory Users and Computers, I get the entire Active Directory structure. All right. Are the people that you're delegating to as knowledgeable about Active Directory as you are? No. And the reason I know that is because they're not you. If they were you, then they'd have your job and you'd be the delegated person. So they don't know. So you have to give them a tool and say, you can only control what's in HR. All right. We're all human. And if someone tells you you can only control what's in HR, what are you going to try to do? Try the rest. Okay. So now they're going to go under IT and they're going to go, ooh, finance, ooh, this is a good one. Huh, I have the ability to reset password. Oh, this is fantastic, right? Oh, access denied. What did that just do in AD audit if you're doing failures? I just tracked that, thank goodness, right? But you're giving someone a tool that really doesn't help them because it's too much. Do we have another tool that Microsoft has to narrow this down? Have you guys ever heard of a task pad? Who's heard of a task pad before? This is like a revolutionary day, isn't it? I'm just throwing out stuff that, right? A task pad is something that we create as an administrator to carve out just that task. And task pads are done at the level in which you want to delegate to. Notice, task pad is not available here. Okay? Which is probably why you've never seen a task pad, because you have to go into a special environment to see them. The special environment is the MMC. And if I go to the MMC, and if I go to add snap-in, Active Directory Users and Computers, and then I come down here to HR, there's create a new task pad. Okay? Why they didn't put it in the original Active Directory using computers, I have no idea. Well, I kind of do. Creating task pad views is kind of like using PowerShell. It's really complicated, right? If I do a task pad view, it first of all wants to create what the environment looks like. Where are things located? Are they horizontal? Are they vertical? Do you want it here? Do you want it there? So you have to make decisions. And then it says, selected tree item or all tree items that are the same. What does that mean? I have no idea. Okay? So we guess, right? We're admins, we'll try this first, right? So we'll try this first. Okay, go. All right. And then it says, I want a name. Great. You've completed the task pad with, completing. We have to do another wizard. This is a back-to-back wizard. This one says the new task wizard. So we created the task view. Now we have to create the task within the task view. Ugh. Do we want a menu command, a shell command, or navigation? I don't know, we'll guess. All right. Menu command. All right, we want password, reset password, reset password, reset password. Oh, there it is. Here's the kicker of the task pad view. You have to have the object type that you want to control in the OU where you're creating the task pad view in order to create the task pad view, because you need to have the menu option there for the account type that you're trying to control. I had to do this years and years and years and years and years ago, and I learned the hard way because I had to figure it out myself. There is no manual on this. Okay? Does everyone see how complex this is going to be for you to create an interface for your users to actually do just the task that they want? Because in the end, this creates an MSC file, a Microsoft console file, and you would email this to that person, and instead of running Active Directory users and computers, they just run an MSC file. But the great thing is, you get to create a custom icon for what it would look like. That way it's kind of fun at the end, right? So let's create that, of course, keys, right? Okay, that didn't seem like it did much, all right? So now we're going to do what's called save as, and we're going to save this. And here I have a little folder called, I thought I did. I'm going to create one. Taskpad views, and we'll save. All right. So now this user over here, they get to go to the taskpad views. Oh, I put it in the wrong one. Taskpad views, and they get to run the console. Didn't seem like that helped much, did it? Looks like the same view. Well, in a taskpad, you can actually carve out and get rid of all the junk and just give them what they want. But at this point, what do they have to do? They have to start clicking. Do I have control here? No, here, no, here, no, here, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Reset password. That's kind of neat. There's a little menu option that says reset password. Will this user be able to reset that user's password? No, why? Because they don't have that delegation over this OU, but the menu option shows up. Okay? This is the Microsoft way. A little confusing. Little confusing. And that's why when I asked you, how many of you have ran the delegate wizard, you really didn't know what happened, so you moved on to the next task. You're like, I don't know what that does, right? But you did something. And what did you do? You opened up security in Active Directory because you ran that wizard. So now we have to verify delegations. So I go back here, and similar to my task this morning, I would like for you to go through every OU to determine if the delegate control wizard had been run on it. How many, okay, you guys have how many DCs? Hundreds. How many OUs do you have? Like 4? What's that? 4 per department. So about how many OUs do you have? 75, 3,500. Again, I'm available if it's per hour, completely available for this task. Because what do you have to do? You go in, right click, properties. Oh, sorry, gotta do that whole advanced features. You know, then I come in here and I go to properties, and then security, and then I have to find, you know, I have to click on every single one of these that isn't default, and then I have to find out what that is. And then I'm going to throw it on top. I got to put icing. I mean, you know, when you make a sundae, you can't just have a sundae. You have to have the sprinkles on top, right? You got to have the sprinkles, otherwise it's not a sundae. So here's the sprinkles. I want you to document it for me. How many of you have to deal with auditors? And do they ask you for screenshots? And do you despise them for asking you for screenshots? You just don't like them because of it? Because how many screenshots would you need here? There are 15,000 individual checks. Can I resize the window? No. You would end up with about 20,000 screenshots with this. It's not possible. You can't do it. You can make a movie, right? They could watch the movie and see the configurations. Because you could scroll ever so slowly through them. They could pause and they could view it. But this is not feasible. Well, thank goodness Microsoft gave us a tool. Who's heard of this tool before? DSACLS. DSACLS. It's built in. Has been built in for years. Back to Windows 2000, it was built in. DS stands for Directory Services. Directory Services is another name for Active Directory. It is your Active Directory access control list. This is my challenge to you. I want you to go do the survey. I really do. Go to the blog out on the ManageEngine site under Active Directory. It sends you to a link, and it asks you to run this against your OUs. I'm not asking you what the permissions are. I'm asking you, did you have some permissions set that you weren't aware of? Because watch the outcome of this. If I go to HR, right, I do have to put in LDAP syntax. So I do OU equals HR, comma, DC equals the name of your domain, comma, the DNS extension of your domain. And there's the output. Instead of 15,000 checks, I actually just get what's configured. I don't want to see what isn't configured. I just want to see what is configured. Once you go through one of these, you'll become super fast at going through all of them. Notice that there are domain admins, enterprise domain controllers, authenticated users have read, system, enterprise admins, pre-Windows 2000, administrators. All of these are built-in groups. They're supposed to be there. Account operators, self, administrators, pre-Windows 2000, pre-Windows 2000, blah, 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 blah. Ooh, at the bottom, HR password reset. And who's this HD underscore text? I didn't set that up. Someone else must have ran the wizard, didn't know what happened, and it's there. Someone that's in this group can do what? Reset passwords for HR employees. Is that a potential security issue for you? I hope so. This is what I want you to go investigate, right? And I just want you to report back to me, yeah, Derek, I used the tool, and I found some stuff I didn't know existed. You're going to find it. I do audits every now and then. This was last summer, so 15 months ago or so. I was actually doing an audit for a pretty large oil company in Houston, Texas. And I typically interview the administrators, and I sit down with the administrator and I ask the questions, same questions. Have you set up delegations in Active Directory? This administrator said, no, we don't need to because we use this other tool. Okay. And I said, well, because of that, I'm only going to audit a subset, a sampling of your OUs. We picked 20. I ran DSACLs against 20 OUs. First of all, it made the administrator upset because the administrator said they didn't have delegations, and I was, trying to prove the administrator wrong, and really I was just trying to make sure it was set up right. Anyone want to take a guess of how many of the 20 OUs had delegations? 20 for 20. All 20. All 20. Shocked the administrator. Well, I know. That's why we ran it. That's why we're testing this. We're verifying security. Because the administrator had in their mind, oh, we're using this tool, and the tool is a proxy into the environment, and if we use the tool, we don't need to use delegations. Well, they got the tool years after Active Directory was installed. So they had all these delegations in Active Directory. Huge problem. Security issues everywhere in Active Directory. Weren't even aware of it. So my challenge to you is go run the tool, please. Whether you report back to me or not, you got to run the tool. So my next step is, now that I know that I have these delegations, how do I remove HD_text? Can I run the delegate wizard? Let's go see. So I come over here, I go to HR, delegate control, next. Select one or more groups whom you want to delegate control. All right, HD, all right, there they are. Add, oops, next. Remove delegate. The delegate control wizard only adds, it doesn't remove. So what do you have to do? What's the only way to remove these? Manually, you have to go into the security tab and delete them. Okay? You might have 5, 10, 20, I don't know what you have. You got to go clean this up. You first of all have to find out what you have, and then second of all, you have to go clean it up. So DSACLs helps you verify, and the removal, you manually have to go in and do it. Okay? But if you don't go and verify, you don't know what you have, and then once you know what you have to clean it up. So this is what we need to do to ensure that the innermost important aspects of Active Directory are being secured. Okay? But what's a better way? What's a more secure way? What's an easier way? Well, let's use a tool that does a proxy into it. Okay? Now, when I gave that user the RSAT, and therefore Active Directory users and computers, they had the abyss of where to go to do their configuration. Once I did the taskpad view, yes, they said reset password, but it was for every single user, not just what they had delegations for. So I have a tool called AD Manager Plus. And in AD Manager Plus, I have an option called delegations. And I just set up roles, right? I go in here and I set up technicians, and the technicians have roles. Notice here that I have a technician called Auditor 1. Auditor 1 has been granted the ability to disable users in an OU. Okay? Now, I'm going to go over here and I am going to log on as Auditor 1. I had to install the RSAT for Technician 2. What level of privilege do you need to install the RSAT? Administrator. Do you want to give all of your users administrator on their local machine in order to install a tool? No. Horrible decision, right? Here I don't have to do that. Go to any browser. Done. I'm in the tool. Log on as their account. Ready for this? Go. I think I clicked OK. There it goes. So this is the full-blown tool. This is, go on. Oh, there we go. What the user gets based on what I've delegated. Now you may be thinking, great, Derek, you set it up to demo this. You already had the user, you created this view. Nothing up my sleeves, right? You ready? Watch this. I'm going to go back and add a delegation. So here under delegations, for Auditor 1, I'm simply going to add that they can reset passwords as well, okay? That's it. That's all I did. 2 clicks. I come back over here. I'm going to sign out, refresh, right? I sign out of what they had access to. Log back in. I could have picked anything, right? Now that they're logging in with their credentials, when they go to AD Manager Plus, AD Manager Plus is giving them the environment that they can control. Reset password, done. Only for the OU that they have in AD Manager Plus. And I no longer ever have to worry about the delegation wizard, because over here I said impersonate. So I'm using a proxy into AD users and computers. Into Active Directory, it's one account that does all the work. So I have a very clean delegation. This is the way to securely delegate in Active Directory. This is the way. I don't want to use delegation in AD. It's far too complex. What I want to do is I want to use a tool that automatically, dynamically gives the user the interface that they need to be productive, so they don't click around in Active Directory trying to figure out what to do and how to do it, creating all of these access denied problems. They just get what they need automatically. I didn't do anything. HTML, they can do it from anywhere. They can do it from home. They can do it on the beach. Doesn't matter. They can do it from anywhere. And I get a new version. Do I need to update every single desktop? Nope, it's HTML. Centrally, I just update the main tool, and it automatically updates everyone because it's just HTML. This is the way to delegate. And I showed you before the delegation through Microsoft, you really had 3 options. Reset password, change group membership, and add a computer to an OU.
But again, how you can audit this change?
What's that?
How you can audit who has done the change?
Who has performed the change? AD Audit Plus. AD Audit Plus tracks it all.
Tracks,
Who made the modification to a permission? Sure.
I think AD Audit Plus is tracking the admin, the account used by AD Manager. Not
Yes.
auditing the...
Actually, we have, can you
Oh, what's that? Yeah.
So the question, gentlemen, is about to track all the changes made by the help desk technician of AD Manager Plus. To track that, we have the audit report right there. So this will give you the complete information about what are the changes made by the help desk technician using AD Manager Plus. And any person who logs into the Active Directory directly, and if they are making any changes, we have that in AD Audit Plus. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Andy.
Sorry, I know it's not the QA time, but just regarding this impersonate, you say that the system or the AD Manage Engine will do the changes on your behalf. So in Active Directory, it will be a one delegation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we go back to the audit, what will show in audit? The user who really did, the physical user who did really do that, or the delegated one?
Thank you for the question. In the AD audit, it will tell you the changes made by the person configured in the domain settings window.
Yeah, so the proxy's doing the work, but because the proxy's doing the work for the user, it knows who the user is, and that's what it tracks. Yeah, a critical piece to it, an absolutely critical piece to it.
Can we see the audit?
I didn't perform an action. Let's see. Let's type a password. Search. Yeah, my environment has the user set up different. So what I'll do is I'll have you go out. There's 5 pods out there, and those guys can show you what it looks like when they delegate, and then what the audit looks like. Oh, here we go. Apply. So it just changed, successfully modified. So now if I go to AD Audit Plus, and I go to all AD changes, it says that reset attempt was by Derek and technician 2. That was for finance manager. Maybe it didn't pick it up. Send a success. Don't tell me I'm logged in as. Yeah. Again, I'll have you go out to them and have them kind of. Yeah. Yeah. I'll have you go out to them and. Yeah. Yeah. Auditor 1. Right here. Technician name. Auditor 1. Reset the password for Elvis. Okay. So. Couple of things in this section. One, I really want you to go back and find out what you have delegation in Active Directory. DSACLs is a phenomenal tool that gives you nothing but what you need. Analyze that information and then go clean it up. I wish I had a better way to clean it up, but manually is the best way. And then to securely delegate in Active Directory, you really need to use a tool like AD Manager Plus that's going to allow you to delegate virtually anything, right? You can delegate viewing reports, doing administration, all these different aspects of Active Directory management. And a tool like this allows you to carve out exactly what you need, giving that user an interface dynamically of what they need to do, okay? So this morning we talked first of all about tracking, monitoring changes in AD. Now we've talked about security of delegations. We're going to take our lunch. It's just after 1 o'clock, so we're going to take an hour for lunch. Lunch should be right outside, I believe. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to come back, and we're going to dive into 2 more discussions later on today. One is going to be user lifecycle management, again, the Microsoft way and how we can do it more efficiently. And second of all, we're going to talk about recovery of not only Active Directory deletions, but also modifications. And that modification is a very important piece of that, because Microsoft doesn't allow you to recover from modifications, only deletions. So those are our 2 sessions this afternoon to really go over is this concept of life cycle management for Active Directory users. I've started off in the industry as an Active Directory MVP, and it always frustrated me when I went to the Microsoft tools and tried to complete a task, and the task wasn't able to be completed in an efficient way, and so I had to do maybe 2 or 3 iterations to finally get the user created and the user configured and whatnot. So we're going to kind of walk through some of those things, and hopefully I can describe why Microsoft does some of the things that they do in their interfaces. But really the whole idea of lifecycle management is from the user to be created all the way through with the user being deprovisioned. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to enlighten you on some of the different aspects that are available through Microsoft tools to complete some of those tasks. And then, of course, at the end, we'll actually dive into AD Manager Plus, and I'll show you some of the finer points of AD Manager Plus and how AD Manager Plus can make that process a little bit easier. And then in our final session today, we're going to be talking about Recovery Manager. I've mentioned Recovery Manager to a couple of you. Some of you said that you had the majority of the Active Directory tools. Recovery Manager is a brand new tool to ManageEngine, and I believe it's one of the most important tools because of what Microsoft provides for us with recovering of Active Directory deletions and modifications. We really need a tool that comes in and kind of fills the gaps of where Microsoft kind of falls short with recovery of AD. And I feel that recovering Active Directory is one of the most important aspects of being an Active Directory administrator. Obviously, managing is a day in and day out process, but managing Active Directory just kind of keeps things, daily running and daily functional, where when a problem occurs, we may need to recover. We need to recover in an efficient and easy manner, and I think that's really where Recovery Manager shines. So we'll talk about that in our final session today. So in this session, really what I want to talk about is I want to talk, as I did in the first 2 sections, about kind of what Microsoft does for provisioning, managing, and deprovisioning users. And then I want to talk about how that's done in a ManageEngine way through AD Manager Plus. When we really look at just any user account, we really have those 3 steps for any user account. Now, some users are created and are never leave the organization, so they're never deprovisioned, where other users might be created and then deprovisioned within 3 to 4 months because it was just a project that they were hired for. Maybe it was a contractor, maybe it was a summer intern, maybe it was a holiday intern. So we really have a variety of different users, and as administrators, we don't have the time, we don't have the brain power to constantly keep up with which users should be deprovisioned at which particular time. Also, it's not our job to put the users in the correct groups based on the projects they're working on. We don't know what projects users are working on. Now, we may do the work, we may go and put the user into the group, but it's not our decision to do that. So this whole idea of the creation, management of putting users in the right groups, the right organizational units, as well as deprovisioning the users in an automated way when the user should be deleted or separated from the organization, is extremely important. And it might be the majority of the work that we do in Active Directory. So if we can become more efficient with these tasks, I think in the end, we're going to be more efficient and we're going to have more time to do other things that are going to further our organization and allow us to do even more with Active Directory, more with some back office products. Maybe we can go in and verify the security settings are there. So what does Microsoft provide for the provisioning of user accounts? Well, Active Directory users and computers is the primary tool that Microsoft gives us to create user accounts. And during the creation of a user account using Microsoft tools, it is a multi-step process, okay? Now, if I go into the operating system and we go to Active Directory users and computers, and let's say that I want to create a new human resource employee. So I come here to HR and I create a new user account, okay? Now, this particular interface is tied specifically to what Microsoft has defined for a user account to be mandatory information. So notice, let's say that I create a user named Marcus, okay? Notice that I have input Marcus's name for the first name, but I cannot continue, right? The next button is grayed out still. This is 100% tied to the schema, okay? Inside of the schema that Microsoft designed for us, as we discussed in the last session, we have all of the properties for a user account. First name, middle name, last name, full name, user logon, pre-Windows 2000 logon. That's just a variety of the different properties for a user account. These properties, or attributes as they're called, have certain flags in the schema indicating whether or not that property is required for the creation of the user. At this point, we know that we have not met the minimum requirements to create a user account because we can't hit next, all right? So do I have to have a middle initial? No. Do I have to have a last name? No. Do I have to have a logon name? Okay. As soon as I put in one character for the logon name, I am meeting the minimum requirements for the creation of a user account. This is directly tied. If I had the schema management tool, I'd open it up for you, show a user, and go in and show you the mandatory attributes for a user account. One is the name, and two is the logon name. These are mandatory for the creation of a user, right? What's mandatory on this entry page? I'll re-ask. What is mandatory on this page? Nothing.
Depends on the policy.
No, it does not. Because there are two separate pieces going on here, okay? One is related to the user in the schema. The other is related to a password policy, which are completely separate from one another, okay? They do intersect, but they're completely separate from one another, okay? If I hit next here, what's going to happen? So the GUI allowed me to continue because the GUI is related to the schema and its attributes. And I met the requirements of the schema, okay? When I tried to create the account, That's when the password policy kicked in, because the password policy is really a filter for the writing to the database. And this filter for the writing to the database said, I'm sorry, you do not meet the password policy. Unfortunately, this is pretty generic, right? It just says, you didn't meet the password policy. So now, if I'm not familiar with the environment, I have to guess what the minimum password policy requirements are. Okay? But there is a clear-cut distinction between the two. So now if I come in here, and let's say that I put in a password of correct length. Okay? I put in a password, but it doesn't meet all of the criteria of the password policy. Does the error message delineate that for me? No, it does not. Okay? So this is Microsoft's way of creating user accounts, right? It is minimalistic, and then even past the minimalistic concept, now I have to worry about other aspects of the environment that become roadblocks for me, all right? Now, I'm sure most of us in this room, we've been through this enough, we don't really think about it in these terms, and we've convinced ourselves to overcome these hurdles. But these are hurdles that we must overcome when we create user accounts using Active Directory users and computers. You've just trained yourself to know what the GUI is looking for, and you go in and you automatically overcome those hurdles, and you've lived with these hurdles, but they are hurdles nonetheless, okay? For example, which group is this user going to be placed into? Because I want this user to be in the HR group. Can I do that in this GUI? Nope, I cannot. So Microsoft is really designing their interfaces to meet the minimum aspects of how they created Active Directory. If we go back to, I think it was the second session, maybe the first session I was talking about, what drives me crazy with Microsoft is Active Directory has literally been the same for 15 years. And still we have this interface to deal with, okay? They haven't changed anything. This is the exact same thing they had back in Windows 2000. Exactly. Nothing has changed. We go through, we put in the basic information about the name, we put in the logon name, we put in a password if it's required, which I don't know if you remember back in Windows 2000, what was the password policy in Windows 2000?
In 2000?
Windows 2000, what was the password policy? What's that? There was no policy. A blank password was allowed in Windows 2000, Active Directory. Okay? That's scary. It was Windows Server 2003. When you installed a Windows Server 2003 domain controller, it updated the password policy and group policy to require a password. So we're talking 10 years ago, approximately, no password was required by Microsoft for Active Directory users. Okay? Again, I think we go back to the issue that security is an advanced concept for Microsoft. I mean, no password was required, okay? So if I go in here now and I put in a correct password, well, if I could type, now the user is created. That's step one. Now that step one is completed, now I can go in and I can modify everything else for the user account. So this two-step process you've become accustomed to. But wouldn't it make more sense when you create the user just to put in all of the information about the user at that time, instead of having to go through and creating the user and then going to the properties and then going through all the tabs at this point? It seems small, but in my opinion, it makes sense just to have everything at once. I just want to be able to go in and complete the task that I need. But Microsoft designed that initial set of GUIs to meet the mandatory requirements. They had a thought about security. That's why they put the password policy there. But the thought about security was just a thought, because that password input was still there in Windows 2000, but it wasn't required. Okay? So the Microsoft way is a two-step process at minimum for creating the user account. Okay? Then I go in and modify the rest of this. All right? Well, what if I want to create users based on known information about the type of user, the type of employee that I'm hiring? So I just want to create a template, right? So what I want to do is I want to have an HR employee template. So I want the groups to automatically be filled out. I want the logon script to automatically be filled out. I want the user's profile information to be filled out. I want their office information to be filled out. I want their phone number, maybe not their extension, to be filled out. I want all of that information to automatically be filled out because I picked a template. And I want variables to be in the template. Does that seem radical? I mean, does that seem like, Derek, you're asking for the world by creating a template, right? Well, if you're using Microsoft technology, yes, I'm asking for the entire operating system to be re-architected, because it doesn't do that, does it? Right? Does Microsoft provide you that solution? What's that? In kinda. Right? What's the answer? I can copy a user. Yeah, but that's not a template, is it? No. Can I create a template? No, because it's radical, right? I'm talking space talk, right? I mean, it makes sense to me that in Active Directory users and computers, I should have a menu option that action create template. But that's not what we have, is it? Ever since Windows 2000, what do we do for templates in Active Directory? Who uses Microsoft's template method? Well, you could do that. We'll get to that in a minute. But here, how do I do a template? You're close, right? I go in and I would create a new organizational unit called user templates. And then I create a new what? User. HR user. HR user. I have to give it a password. Why? Is it really a template? It's a user. There's no such thing as a template. There's my template, which is what you were describing. You copy a user, which is right here. So if I go in and I now add this user to HR, and I configure the properties, when I copy this user, and now I create Sid, Sid's a member of HR. Okay? But can I put it on the variables to make sure that all the other things for Sid are different than HR user? Nope, can't do that. Sorry. Now, when I create the user, I can put in a variable, but that doesn't hold the variable. It actually translates it on the fly. So inside of the properties, it's not a variable. So we have trained ourselves to think this is reasonable. My job is to show you this isn't reasonable. Okay? Just because you've been dealing with it for 15 years doesn't mean this should be the end. Okay? I want you guys to be more efficient. I want to give you solutions that make you more efficient. This is not it. Okay? This is Microsoft's way of doing this, but this isn't a very efficient way of doing this. Okay? So when we talk about Microsoft's way with templates, we take an existing user, or my HR user, and we copy it. Can we do it in bulk? Can I somehow take this user and create 10 users by using some external file and automatically doing that? How do I do that?
CSV file.
So import CSV is an option? Oh, so I have to create a batch file or use, yeah, but I want to do here. But I want to do here. Because that makes that would be easy, right? Import CSV file should be an option. Okay? It doesn't exist. I cannot do bulk user creation using Active Directory users and computers. This is Microsoft's flagship tool for user management, and it can't do bulk user creation. All right? And then when I copy all this, it's limited on what's copied. And it's not custom. I can't use variables. All right? Bulk user creation. I have CSVDE, LDIFT, PowerShell. Do I have a GUI for any of these? No. Do I have current confirmation of success? To where when I go through, it says, oh, I'm sorry, these 2 users failed because of this reason, but the rest of them are successful. Some confirmation? No. What if I accidentally put in the wrong information in a field and it's going to create 150 users with the wrong information, and I really want a confirmation to show me what's going to be created before I hit enter? Does it do that? No. So I don't have any of these options. Okay? You have trained yourself that this is okay. This is not okay. This is not the way it should be. All right? This is the year, I'm going to go ahead and call it 2015. It's close enough. This is year 2015. This is what we deal with? How many of you love this stuff? This is you wake up and you're thinking, I get to do PowerShell and scripting again. Because there's always one. There's one of you there he is. There's always one. It's okay. Hey, we need people that love that. Okay? The rest of us are looking at him like, wow. It's almost Unix. Well, do you know how PowerShell was created? Microsoft got tired of hearing that. Unix. Unix has actually a development interface for managing Unix. What does Windows always had? CMD. Ooh, power. It's your fingertips, right? If you want to know, here, I'll make it even bigger, right? I have it saved, bigger. Help. Man, look at that list of options. That is pathetic, right? This is weak. Microsoft they were tired of this. So they went out and they hired a Unix geek, Jeffrey Snover. Greatest guy. This guy is scary smart. I've met Jeffrey, had conversations with Jeffrey many, many times. Scary smart. Microsoft hired him and said, we want you to create for us a command environment that will rival Unix. What's the result? PowerShell. It is awesome. It may even be better than the Unix environment, more powerful. Again, how many people use PowerShell all the time? It's like 5 hands, 4 hands. I mean, we have it, but we really don't use it. We'd rather use a GUI. That's why I'm saying inside of Active Directory, this is the flagship product. I should be able to create users in bulk. Right-click, create users in bulk. Right here. I don't care how it does it. Call PowerShell. Fine with me. Call LDifty. I'm okay with that. Make me do a little bit of work. I'm okay with that. But make it a GUI. Okay? Because that's ridiculous. Okay? How many of you have ever done that before with PowerShell? Okay? The 4 or 5 hands that actually got. How long did it take you to regression test it to make sure it's correct? She giggled. She's like, I don't know, I'm not done yet, she's thinking. This is a long, right? How many of you, the first attempt, the users were totally, like you created a user with like 3 arms and 2 heads, right? It's like, oh, I missed that, oops, I forgot that period, I forgot that comma, right? Which would you rather do? That, or right-click, create users in bulk, point to a comma-delimited file, import it, verify it, click yes. It's the same concept. It's just we put a GUI on the front end of it. We put verification. And it's really not even verification. It's not. It's taking a comma-delimited file with variables in a template and parsing it in a table for you. That's all it's doing. That is simple. I believe I could do that, and I am a horrible developer. I hate it. I hate PowerShell because I don't know how to type correctly. You just saw me. That password I typed in for that user, I've used that password for the last 20 years. The same password for 20 years in all my demos, everywhere, 20 years. I still can't type it 2 times in a row. What's that?
Your girlfriend name?
No. It's much simpler than that. Right? It's really complex. Capital P, lowercase a, $, word. I've used that forever. Forever. I always remember it, I just can't always type it. So when I'm inside a PowerShell, let's see if I have PowerShell here. Let's see. Here's the AD module for Windows PowerShell. So this is the AD module. This is what I was suggesting you go download. Okay? Right here is add, get, enable, all these things that have AD in them. So all of the AD start stuff are the Microsoft PowerShell commandlets for Active Directory. Okay. There's a whole bunch of them. Right? So now if I want to get information, then you have to do get help, get AD user, and then you got to do get help, get AD user, examples. Ooh, there's some examples. I love the concept, but when you start putting the rubber to the road, you know, I miss S's in PowerShell all the time. Because sometimes it's get user, other times it's get groups. Sometimes it's get group, right? Get OU, get server, get servers, get this information. This is one of my favorite ones. Look at this one here. Help. There's always a negative to some technology, right? What's the rest of that? It don't fit on the screen. It doesn't fit on the screen. How do you know the rest? Google? Because I can't type a command that will display the whole thing because it's just fits in that field. Okay? These are issues that I have, right? And I'm going to have more issues that I'm going to give you. I mean, I think Microsoft did a really good job with PowerShell. I think it's awesome. And those of you that have used it, you probably use it all the time now because you spent 3 days trying to do one little thing. And you can probably do it in the GUI, but no, I created a PowerShell command that I'm going to use it, right? You spent the time, you spent the effort, let's do it. What does it do? ipconfig, that's all it does, but it's a PowerShell commandlet. I created that thing, right? You're proud of it. It's awesome, but in essence, when we do things, we want things to be simple. We want things to be like we've had before, okay? Who runs Windows 8 or 8.1? Okay, who loves the interface for 8 or 8.1? 8.1. Okay, you love it better than Windows 7? Not really. That's what I want to get to, right? You've kind of adapted. You've overcome, right? Would you rather call it Bill Gates or Bomber? Because they were back then, right? They're not there anymore. But, you know, would you rather call them and go, can you just put the start button back for me? Right?
It's meant for tablets.
It's absolutely meant for tablets. That's what Windows 8 was designed for. And actually, we're going to go one step further. Why was Windows 8 designed? What was Microsoft's goal with Windows 8?
Touch screen.
No. One reason.
iOS companies with tablets.
Give the man a pencil. I don't know what. Give him something, because that's right. Microsoft created Windows 8 to put iOS out of business. They were missing out on an opportunity. How many of you own a Surface? How many of you own a Surface and are willing to raise your hand because you own a Surface? Other than the 2 people that raise their hand. See? How many of you own an iOS device? Scary. Look at that. Okay? How well did Microsoft do with Windows 8? I think that just proved it. Okay? So it's decisions like these that we have to live with, all right? And unfortunately, you can't just throw iOS in your environment and say, we're not going to do Microsoft anymore for the creation of users, which is what I'm trying to get the point across. That it's not easy with the Microsoft way, okay? Now, that's the creation of users. What about the modification of users? So if I want to modify a user, a single user, actually that's not too bad, right? So if I come back here and I want to modify my new user Sid, I come in here and I have everything at my fingertips. Click on a tab, modify it, everything's pretty wonderful, okay? Now, how do I find the user?
Search, but you need to know some information.
Do what?
You have to know something before you search the user.
So I gotta find the user, right? How many of you have used this option right here, find objects? Okay. So if I don't know where Sid is, I have a pretty small environment here, right? I can come in here and I can pick my entire domain and I can put in Sid, find now, and there's Sid. Name, type, and description. But where is Sid? I mean, I want to know where Sid is. Sure, I can right-click here and go to Properties, but I kind of want to know where Sid is. How do I do that? View. Oh, so you're going to do that. Oh, I wouldn't do that. What's an easier way? Go to the go to the object. Object tells you exactly where the object is. Do what? Oh, you add the column or to the published? Published. I don't think it's there. I just go to object. And right there it is. It tells me exactly where the object is, okay? So, yeah, we can, but many of you have large environments and you got to find these users because you don't know where the users are. You may not have put the user there, okay? So, we have limitations when it comes to the modification of a single user. It's not too bad. It's actually pretty reasonable how we can go in with a single user. What about bulk user modification? Okay, so I'm going to go over here to HR, and I'm going to pick these 3 users, and I'm going to go to Properties. Kind of lackluster, right? Like, I don't have all the tabs. I only have some of the tabs, right? So what if I want to modify in bulk a property that isn't on one of these 5 tabs? What's that? He's my CSVE. That's my guy right there, right? It's really all we have. We can use PowerShell. We could use PowerShell. We go back to that. Okay, you got to find the right entry in PowerShell to do that. But we cannot do it through a GUI. It's not possible. We have to do it one by one, or we have to come up with some other solution to do that. And no matter what other solution we pick, we have the issue that it's not a GUI. We don't get verification before we put it in play, and we don't get any feedback if it failed or not. Actually, we do get feedback, right? How do we get feedback if it failed? Hello? Oh, it doesn't work? Okay. Right? The phone rings. People let us know. That may be a second. It may be a week. Right? And if it's a week, how do you know what the problem was? You don't remember. Well, I don't know about you. Once I sleep, I kind of forget what happened the day before. I don't know. I got to remember what I did. Okay? I don't want to have to go back in time and use my memory. I want to be able to have something that's verifying the information as it goes in, okay? So when we start looking at a solution like this, it doesn't give us everything that we need. So many of us have come up with other solutions in order to do that, such as like PowerShell, okay? No GUI, no configuration. So I am in Tucson, Arizona, so I'm literally about an hour away from where I live in Phoenix, Arizona. A month and a half ago, I'm doing a CIO summit. So the way the CIO summit works is we're at a hotel, and the hotel is parsed out into rooms, and I get 20 minutes to go and educate the CIOs on something, right? So I happen to be talking about PowerShell, and really the whole discussion that I was telling the CIOs, trying to help you with your C-level employees, is Microsoft hasn't updated tools. The tools don't match what we need to do as administrators. We need more. We cannot rely on the Microsoft way. And I talked about PowerShell, and one of the C-level people raised their hand and said, one of my administrators last week used PowerShell. Went through the pain that some of you went through, and they actually developed a PowerShell script to modify the email address for a subset of users. The users were existing. They were already in Active Directory. So they had to create some way to filter out to select the users. So whatever criteria they used to filter out to select the users. And then once those users were selected, they did an update to the mail property, the email address property. And I go, well, that sounds fantastic. It goes, yeah. The problem was they put the wrong email address in. And I go, oh, well, that doesn't sound good. He goes, oh, it was horrible. Because of the way the filter was pretty complex, they didn't know which 150 users were selected. Now, you may be thinking, well, that's easy enough. I mean, we'll just go rerun it. Well, one of the filter requirements that the PowerShell selected was based on the current email address, which has now changed. So they can't find the 150. What do you do? Yeah, do you do recovery, right? Do we jump immediately now to the last session and talk about that, about how you recover from this? So they had a filter, which one of the pivoting factors was on current email, to change the email, but the email that was changed to was wrong. So now I don't even know which 150 were changed. I just know some of them were wrong because I get phone calls saying that my email doesn't work anymore. 8 hours took them to recover. 150 modifications in Active Directory. 8 hours. That's why I have warning, okay? Can you create PowerShell commands, commandlets that give you the feedback before you hit enter? Sure. It's a development environment. Of course you can. Can you develop PowerShell in such a way that when it's done, it reports back to you everything that it did? Of course it can. Does it do either one of those by default? No, it does not. So we have the tool. The tool's here. We have PowerShell to do bulk user modification. It's absolutely one of the things that Microsoft is going to tell you to use PowerShell for. For those of you that know PowerShell, those of you that want to know PowerShell, there is an entire community out of the Microsoft website dedicated to PowerShell. The PowerShell MVPs, when they do consulting gigs, or they do whatever they do, they often will put their resulting commandlet up on the site where you can download it for free. So you can download commandlets and you can use them at your desire because they're usually 100% portable, not dedicated to one domain or any other domain, so you can download them and use them. I'm just going to warn you that it may not work as advertised. And if you go in and you select a bunch of users, a bunch of groups, a bunch of anything in Active Directory, and you misconfigure them, you can't contact the developer and go, you need to come fix this. It doesn't work that way. You're using it at your own discretion. So we have the tool. I'm just warning you, that was a real case scenario from just a couple of weeks ago from a C-level person that went through the pain of trying to recover from that. What about managing users automated? I want to automate it. For example, maybe I work for a school district and I want at the end of the school year to take all of the first graders out of the first grade OU and put them in the second grade OU. And I want to take all of those first graders out of the first grade group and put them in the second grade group. Can Active Directory do that without creating some elaborate script? That's why I have question marks up there. It's not even in the realm of what we're talking about here, okay? This is where Microsoft they stop. We have enough trouble doing bulk user management. Trying to do it automated, forget about it, right? Of course, PowerShell can do it. I can put PowerShell into a scheduled task, and that scheduled task can run on a particular day, and then PowerShell can do it. Absolutely. I'm not saying you can't create an environment to do it. What I'm saying is you have to create the environment. The environment isn't created for you. You have to create that environment yourself. And of course, you'll have to test it before you create it, because you can't just create it and hope that on the 1st of July that those users are going to automatically be moved and configured properly, okay? Well, what about deprovisioning of user accounts? Well, manually, this is pretty easy, right? Where did my user go? Where? Oh, here. There's Sid. Right click, delete. Microsoft has that covered. The deprovisioning manually of a single user, not a problem. How about deprovisioning manually multiple users? Got that covered too. Okay? What about automated? In such a way that maybe you have a CSV file that you get from HR that's separated users, and once a week you want the tool to query the CSV file and then go and manipulate the users in the CSV file into a special OU. You want to strip them out of all of the groups and you want to disable the account. Can Microsoft do that? Not even with CSV DE? Right? You probably can, but man, I wouldn't want to do that. So we're really limiting ourselves with what we have here. And in some cases, it's just not possible. So when we get to this automated aspect with Microsoft, we kind of hit the brakes. And we don't have much option with this, okay? Well, what about AD Manager Plus? How about the creation of a user, just a single user, okay? Well, when I go into AD Manager Plus and I want to create a single user, let me get to the right tool here. All right, I go to AD Management, User, create single user. Well, couldn't be much easier than that. And you'll notice that I have first name, so let's recreate Sid here. I have logon name, which notice I just hit a button and it automatically filled in the fields for me. So it has some intelligence behind it. Here, I can specify which particular OU I want it to go into. Right. Here I can configure the email. All these properties are here. Right. I go to account. I can put in the password. Member of. Well, this is kind of cool. I have it all right here at my fingertips. Right. Contact information, exchange configuration, terminal services, right? Link, custom attributes. This kind of looks like what I was asking for before, okay? Now, this is an interesting piece. How many of you have dealt with Microsoft employees, not just from a support standpoint, but communicating with Microsoft employees maybe at a conference or an event, kind of trying to talk about your world versus their world? Anyone had that luxury? Pain? So there was an MVP summit last month. The manager of group policy emailed the group policy MVPs and asked us to give him a listing of topics that we wanted to discuss. One of my topics, and I'm going to look for feedback from you, is inside of Active Directory users and computers, when I create a new user, right, I want here randomly create password. That was my suggestion. How many of you would like that option? Okay. That was about 50%, maybe 40%. Why do I want that option? Why do you want that option? Actually, I'm wondering why the rest of you don't want the option. Okay? Because the way we deal with passwords today, for the most part, for new users, is a huge security hole. Huge, mammoth security hole. I'm talking huge security hole. Why is it a security hole? Who knows the password? No. Who knows the password? Okay. We've been together most of the day, so we're going to be honest with each other. Okay? How many of your, I don't need you to raise your hand because I know the answer. How many of your organizations use the same password today for new users that you used last year and the year before and the year before? For all new users. For new users. New users. It's the same password. So who knows the password? Everybody knows the password. Okay? Now, you may be thinking, but who cares, Derek? They have to reset it. Right? Is that your get out of jail free card, per se? Because for me, I'm hoping you said that, because you just fell into my trap. When new users are created, typically, is the user account created before the user actually starts? Or is the user sitting there waiting for you to create their account because they've been sitting there for 2 hours and the manager finally came around to asking you to create the account? Which occurs? Created before or created when they're there? Before. Okay? Does your organization, hey, we're hiring a new employee and here's their name? Right? Okay? Does your company have the standard naming convention? First name, period, last name. So do you know their logon name? Do you know their password? Do you see the security issue? It's a huge mammoth issue. I want randomly generate password. Why? Because it's new every time, right? And I don't want help desk to know the password. I mean, if we can actually generate it, somehow put it into a form that is encrypted, even to a little bit, somehow get it into an environment that is given to the new employee without the help desk knowing it. And I think if we use a ridiculous 10, 15, 20 character, 4 types of characters in the password, the help desk isn't going to know it anyway. Actually, the help desk can reset the password anyway, so it really doesn't matter what it is. But what we're doing is we're eliminating the rest of the company of knowing what that password is. So now I'll come back to how I started this story, which is Microsoft asked me to give input on randomly generating here the password. You want to know what the response was? Well, users really can't handle basic passwords, so how are they going to handle a randomly generated password? Did he totally miss my point? How many times does a user have to type in that password? 1 time. This has nothing to do with users forgetting their password. It's written down for them. That's not the issue. Microsoft has no clue how to deal with their operating system. None. None. That's why when I show you this, that's what we, notice, random password. Microsoft should have this. It is important for security. It is important for security. It seems small, but it's major. I mean, I could point out other things, right? I'll go for one more. What's that? It's put into a file, and then that file is, you can copy it, you can print it, you can do whatever you need to give to the user.
Why the software doesn't have the facility to send it as an SMS, for example, for you? So no one knows it, except only the user himself.
I don't know. Talk to these guys. Give that. I mean, give that as an option. But I mean, I don't care how it's delivered. That's not the point. The point is it has to be generated. How it's delivered could be whatever way. Okay. All right. So the issue that I have with Microsoft is they need to be able to generate the random password. That is a for sure. We need to be able to generate this random password. I said I'd give you another issue that I have in almost every organization. So if you have this situation, don't feel bad, because everyone has it. You guys provision a new computer, a new desktop. All right? So you go in, you configure the machine to be part of the domain. You typically add the user for the computer into the local administrators or some other group, right? You may even log on as the user to create their profile, whatever you do. But you have a local administrator account on that machine, correct?
Okay, I'm really sorry, Derek, I just have a small interruption. Sir, you were asking about a question to send an email to the end users?
No, SMS. He wanted an SMS.
I'm talking about the way how to deliver the password to the user.
Okay.
Initially, when you configure the user, you go to this.
Why are you interrupting
Right.
me?
Actually,
When you click next, it is integrated with an SMS system or any SMS engine.
Right.
It will deliver directly to the user. Even the help desk will not know about it, and no need to save it anywhere, no need to encrypt it. It is directly going to the user.
Okay. Sending an SMS is not an option as of now with the product, but alternatively, you see the custom attributes over there. When you click on that, you would find an option to configure a script. Upon the successful user creation, that script will get executed. So maybe you can write a script of sending an SMS, contacting your SMS server, and to deliver an SMS. In that way, it's achievable, but of course, it's a workaround as of now. Still, it's achievable. Similarly, if you want to send an email to the end users, that is possible as well through the script. Thanks.
So, you guys have desktop supervision. You have a local administrator on that desktop. How many of your desktops have the exact same local administrator password? This guy's grinning over here. He's kind of giggling. Okay? So all of them. That's not good. Oh, it's bad. How bad is it? What is the newest technology that Microsoft specifically is trying to defend against, where you have local administrator with the same password is the best thing in the world for this attack technology? What's that? No, what's the attack technology?
They have default admin account is disabled by
Would you repeat that question, please?
What is the attack that is out there today that loves the fact that most or all of your desktops have the exact same local administrator password? Pass the hash. Pass the hash. This attack was shown about a year and a half ago at the Black Hat Conference, live on stage, breaking into Microsoft Active Directory. Live on stage. Scared Microsoft completely. Microsoft, since that time, has been modifying features, rolling out patches to defend against this. That's one of the reasons I'm saying we need to have randomly generated passwords. We can't, with passwords, people are breaking into passwords with newer technologies. Actually, pass the hash doesn't break the password. Pass the hash uses the stored hash. If I can get into a system and get the hash of a local administrator password that is used on every machine, isn't the hash the same on every machine? The answer is yes, it is the same on every single machine. So if I break into one machine, how many machines did I just break into? All of them. And now if you're using the same local administrator password on your servers as you do your desktops, you just compromised every machine except for a domain controller. Scary stuff. Not only do they have pass the hash now, they have pass the ticket. So they can get a Kerberos ticket and do the same thing. There is an article, it's a white paper by Microsoft on pass the hash and how to defend against it. You gotta go read it. It is phenomenal. The Microsoft security team did research on this, and they've actually made modifications in the operating system, as well as they have given you tools to help defend against this. One of them is something like this. All right? So what I'm trying to say is this isn't just a, oh, I got to go create users today. What I'm telling you is a tool like AD Manager Plus has certain features that help you create a more secure environment because of what it does. So it's not just surface level, it actually goes deeper than that. All right? And this is one of those features that really help go deeper to make sure that we are giving you ways to help secure your environment. Okay? So now when I go through and I say create the user, notice it says successfully created the user. I have feedback. Right? It's not radical. But I went through and I did a whole bunch of information, a whole bunch of configurations. I want to know that this user was created successfully. So the tool gives me that feedback to know that the user was created successfully, okay? And again, I have all these areas where that user properties are configured in one shot, not I configure some, and then I have to go back into the properties and configure it again, all right? Now, the next step is to actually create users from a template. And what we wanted to do in Active Directory users and computers is we wanted to use some variables. We wanted the tool to help us kind of create users, right? So inside of AD Manager Plus, if I want to create just a single user, I can actually point to a template. It's a real template. It's not another user, it's a template. And the template is designed to where you have the configuration. So I have HR users, right? Templates are very easy to create, right? So right here, I have create new template, right? And all the information is here to create this template. Now, if I view the templates and I go look at this HR users, you will see that I created a logon name scheme. I put the user in the correct organizational unit. I put the user in the correct groups. I can configure their email. I can configure their logon name. I can configure all of these dynamic variables for the user. I don't want to have to worry about configuring these at runtime. I don't want to take a portion of an existing user, copy it, and then have to go and manipulate it some more. I want all the variables to be here. So by using the templates in AD Manager Plus, I'm actually able to create an environment to where when I create new users, the new users get all the configurations in the correct format, and I know that it works because it's worked every time since, and it's a template. It's a template. Now, if we go back to the copy user issue, right? We all know how a normal environment works. A normal environment, you have users in a department, and all of those users have similar settings. They all have the same profile location, if they have roaming profiles. They all have the home directory in the same location. They all have the same groups for the most part. And there's normally a form, whether it's electronic or not. So when a new user request comes through, there's an entry on there that says similar to which user, correct? This is for the copying piece. Similar to so-and-so. The person that fills that form out, do they have any clue the groups that that user is belonging to today? Or do they just say, you know what, I really like them to be similar to that user? It's pretty generic, correct? Well, what if that user was on a project last year, a project last month, and they were added to some special group that has elevated privileges? Now this new user has those elevated privileges too. The copy really doesn't work for me, right? It doesn't work for me because it opens up holes in the system. And these holes are what grows the issue with the things that are occurring today on almost every single company network. And we're doing that. We, as Windows users, are doing that because of the limitations we have. But if we can use a template, the template does the work for us. Okay? So if I go back to create user, and I'm going to use my HR template, and I am going to put in, let's think of another name, right? So notice it puts in everything based on what the template said, right? If I come over here to account, it's in HR. Notice the password is already configured because that's what I set it up to be. If I create the user, it created the user successfully and gives me feedback based on the template. So I used a template to create the user. Okay? So the template allows me to use variables, and every new user has the correct settings, not potentially incorrect settings because I just copied a user account. So the template allows me to do that. Okay? What about bulk user creation? Well, I can import CSV files. All right? So if I go back over to my create bulk users, I simply import from a CSV file. Okay. This is critical. It is giving you a view of what it parsed from the CSV file before it just does it. This is where that poor CIO got stuck because they used PowerShell, and PowerShell did something, but it was incorrect before they could verify it was correct. Right? I don't know where you're getting the CSV file from. Maybe HR is outputting it. Maybe a program from HR is outputting it. Maybe someone in HR is putting it in manually. I don't know how this file is getting created, but errors can occur. This allows you to verify that the information that you have here is correct before you hit go. All right? Well, what if I wanted to use a template and a CSV file? Now we're really getting radical. Wow. I can do that because the tool allows you to do that. So now I'm just taking these building blocks and giving you the solution to help provision your users faster. I was telling someone yesterday that back in the US, I work pretty closely with the state of Missouri. And the state of Missouri has an organization that is dedicated to providing consulting services, IT consulting services, to educational institutions in the state of Missouri. From kindergarten all the way through the university. So the University of Missouri can actually be using this company. I showed the administrators of elementary schools and high schools the fact that they can take a CSV file, which they have because of the new user enrollment, and they can bring it in and hit kindergartner template, and all of those users are automatically created within seconds that are in the kindergartner OU and the kindergartner groups, have the kindergartner profile, have the kindergartner path, the logon script, everything within seconds. It totally makes sense to them. I guarantee you have users that are created on a standardized, scheduled basis in some way that when you create them, you can take advantage of the CSV import and utilizing templates. Okay. What about modifications? Well, I can go in and I can do single user modifications. That's pretty simplistic in concept as well as implementation. I mean, Microsoft can do this. Well, what about bulk user modifications? So user, bulk user modification. Not only can I do it, I have an entire section dedicated to bulk user modifications. So I can come in here and let's say that I want to reset the password, right? Maybe I had an issue with a remote location And the remote location has all of the users in there. I can basically point here. I can randomly generate passwords. That's throughout. And then I can either pick an OU. So let's say that I want all of my users in, I don't know if I have any users in education. We'll find out here in a second. All right. So there's my user, maybe one or more. It just, I picked users based on an OU, and now I can reset the password for those users. And I can pick and choose. So again, I'm getting confirmation, I'm getting verification of what I'm modifying before the modification occurs. This is vital. Go back to the example that I'm telling you about with the PowerShell. You may not be able to quickly discover what you changed. When you script something, you don't know exactly what's being selected. Right? It's why when you script something and that something happens, you go and at least do a couple of verifications to make sure that it's working. Do you have a question?
It's also one-way transition. You cannot go back. Once you do the PowerShell, you cannot roll back.
With the scripting? Yes. Yeah. Very difficult. And here, at least I'm getting some verification that things are working so that now I can go in and I can verify exactly what's occurring. I know, I have a double check before that, okay? I can also do automations. I can make sure that when things need to occur, as I was telling you earlier, when a student needs to go from first grade to second grade, I can automate those particular changes. So on a particular day, based on a particular event, or I can just trigger it manually, go ahead and do these automations. The automations perform the actions for me. So the automations allow me to define what is going to occur. So I have the ability to, where is my automation policies? I think I created one the other day. Let's see, oh, here we go. So I have a policy that basically says, all right, we're going to move the user, we're going to disable the user, and then after 30 days, we're going to delete the user. I don't have to worry about, is this going to occur? I don't have to put this in my calendar. This is going to occur because the system is going to make sure this occurs. And I can put this into a schedule. I can schedule this to run daily, I can schedule it to run weekly, I can schedule it to run multiple times a day, every hour. It just depends on how much you want to automate this. So the automation policies, really, I was just talking to someone at lunch. You need to think out of the box with the automation policies. Because you have certain situations that you need to meet for automating the management of your users. I don't know what those are, okay? I'm sure that you have some concept of what those are. You may have a particular part of your organization. You know, maybe you have some engineers, and the engineers, as they move around in the environment, based on some trigger in Active Directory for their account, it triggers behavior of what's going to change. Maybe group modifications are going to occur. So really, I think that this automation policy is one of the most dynamic aspects of what AD Manager Plus brings to the table. And it can really be customized so that you can form the automation policy that you want in the environment, giving you flexibility, giving you control over how you're going to manage those users. Microsoft provides nothing around this type of management, okay? Deprovisioning of users. Similar to the management of users, you know, maybe I am going to get a list of separated users from HR. The list of separated users I'm going to input into a CSV, and the CSV takes those users and then does the moving and the disabling of the account, and then at some point down the road it does the deletion of those accounts. Again, it all depends on how you want to manage those users, but these automation policies are extremely powerful. This is certainly one time that I'm going to encourage you on our break, after the seminar today, go meet with these guys. These guys see tons of different scenarios with automation policies. They can probably give you ideas on how you can set up these automation policies so that you set them up and you walk away. You walk away knowing that the users are going to be controlled in some way based on what that policy says. Okay? So in this section, really what I wanted to go over is I wanted to go over the idea that the creation, management, and deprovisioning of users is something that we spend a lot of time with Microsoft tools. Whether you're using PowerShell, whether you're using CSVDE, whether you're using some form of LDIFDE, LDIFDE, all of these are tools that Microsoft provide, but they put the work on you. You're the one that has to do the development. You're the one that has to do the testing. You're the one that has to do the regression testing. And if it isn't developed correctly, you're the one that has to recover from that. But if we have a tool in place that first of all is designed around the efficiency of creation of users, whether it be through a CSV file, a CSV and a template, just a template, single user, bulk users, it doesn't matter. It gives you verification that the users were created correctly. Also, the management of those users, we want to be able to go in and constantly update users in bulk. We rarely configure one user at a time. Usually it's bulk users based on some criteria. The criteria is built into AD Manager Plus for you to pick those users. We have verification of what is going to change before the change occurs, so we don't get in that situation that occurred with the PowerShell executive, and 150 users' email address were changed, but we don't know which ones, so we had to go through and track those. Unfortunately, that particular CIO didn't have AD Audit Plus, because if they had AD Audit Plus, they could simply go in and find out per that property what's changed in the last 24 hours and find out those 100 users, and that would at least get them those 100 users to do that, okay? Also, AD Audit Plus, they could probably export the users into a CSV file and now use a CSV file with PowerShell, or go back in and just remodify the users. And then the deprovisioning of users, we really want to flex the automation policies. The automation policies do things in the future to where we don't have to do that. We don't have to have a calendar reminder. I don't know about you, but when I have a calendar reminder on my phone, I had one today. If I see the reminder and I say, okay, the chances of me actually doing that task are very slim because I'm going to forget. So what do? Go ahead and remind me again, remind me again, remind me again. So how many of those things do you have remind me again, right? I used to have lists that kept building of things that I needed to do. No, I'll get to that tomorrow. No, I'll get to that tomorrow. And other things came in front of those lists. What you don't want is your user deprovisioning list to get out of control, because then you end up with users that are in your environment. They're disabled, maybe. They're knocked out of the groups, maybe. But you haven't deleted them. And then the audit comes around and you have users that are there that have been there for 3 years, and you're like, well, it's on my list. We don't want to do that. The automation policy eliminates that from you and puts the responsibility out on the system, and the system does all of those provisionings for you, okay? So this is a huge part of what we do every day. The efficiency of AD Manager Plus is immeasurable. And really what I want you to do is we're going to take a break, and out of the break, or during the break, I want you to go and I want you to kind of challenge these guys in terms of giving them a scenario and letting them show you in the tool out there how the tool can actually be designed to help meet those requirements, okay? So I show that it's about 40, so we're gonna start back at 4 o'clock, and the last session we have is actually on recovery. What I'm going to do with recovery is I'm going to walk through the Microsoft story of how they keep adding additional features to help us recover from AD issues that occur and bringing those objects back in. So let's take a break, and when we come back from the break, we'll talk about recovery. Again, we are giving away 2 books at the end, which should be pretty quick. So if you guys could stay to that, I would appreciate it. All right, in this last section, we are going to cover a topic that I've really trying to focus on over, I would say, the last 3 to 5 years. And the reason I've been trying to focus on it is I believe that there is a hole in what we as administrators try to recover from in Active Directory using normal tools. And that hole is actually more important than what we have the ability to recover from with normal Microsoft technologies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of walk through what Microsoft provides for us for recovery, telling you how to set it up, how the technology works, what we need to do in order to get those done. And then we'll talk about some different scenarios in which you might need to get something else for the majority of things that kind of go wrong in an Active Directory environment. So we're going to talk about what Active Directory recovery is. We're going to go over the Microsoft options. We're going to kind of create an ideal scenario. And then after the ideal scenario, we're going to go over Recovery Manager Plus. Now, those of you that actually have a lot of the ManageEngine tools, Recovery Manager may be new to you because it is a newer tool, okay? And there are actually 2 versions of Recovery Manager, and we'll go over those as well. So what is Active Directory recovery? Well, Active Directory recovery is needed because of the complexity of what we have with Active Directory, okay? Active Directory is not a simple concept. It's not a simple technology. There are many moving parts to Active Directory. Because of these many moving parts, we really need to have a mechanism in place that can help us recover from an issue that might occur on the network, okay? And we don't want to have to research and find out what this issue is. We need to have some way of the system telling us what the issue is and giving us options for that recovery, okay? Now, objects can be deleted easily. Because of this easy deletion, I can accidentally be trying to do something quick in Active Directory users and computers. I click something, I shift-click something else, I right-click delete, and accidentally I deleted 2 users in the middle of my bulk deletion that I didn't want to delete. So now they're deleted, and I have to get them back, right? Getting back 2 users out of 100 that you deleted is not an easy task to do with normal technologies, okay? Modifications can be easy, right? Not only can we delete objects, but potentially objects can be modified. Now, which is typically done more often in error? A user is deleted or a user is modified incorrectly? Usually the modification is done incorrectly. So modifications and their incorrect configurations are more common than deleting of an object, an OU, a user, a group, a computer, whatever it is. So when it comes to the typical number of things that we're having to recover from, we need to recover from modifications more often than we need to recover from deletions. So when an object and its properties are deleted or modified, that information has to be restored, okay? So we need to be able to restore this information. There was a gentleman here early in the morning, and he was asking me if there was a way for his organization to every week delete the users that should be deleted from Active Directory. But in the future, right, could be a month, could be 6 months, if that user needs to be resurrected in order to gain access to its email, is that possible? Okay? Because what they want to do is keep Active Directory secure and cleaned up. But if in the future we have to do forensics or some other mechanism, they need to be able to get the user back in order to perform actions as that user. They don't want to keep the user there, they just want to bring it back. And I said, of course you can. That's exactly what Recovery Manager does, right? Now, we were talking about using the Microsoft technologies, which I'm going to walk through in just a minute, and we noticed that there was a huge issue with using Microsoft technologies because of what's called garbage cleanup. And this garbage cleanup within Active Directory is a huge problem for trying to do something like that particular administrator was trying to do. Because the garbage cleanup is going to clean things up before I can restore the actual object, right? Now, when we recover a deleted object, we need to recover all of its properties, okay? If I were to give you a solution in such a way that any user that you delete, I'm telling you that you can restore that deleted user, but it's not going to have any of the group membership involved with it anymore. What do you think of that? Does that sound like something you'd be like, yes, I want to do that? Or, groups are pretty important. Right? If I'm going to restore the user, I want all the groups that the user belonged to be restored too. So I need to have all the details included, okay? When I modify an object, if I only change one property, I don't want to have to restore the entire object. I just want to restore the one property of the user. Okay? Because I can lose data if I restore the entire user, and we'll go over that example, right? So only the properties that were modified are going to be restored. But we all know the reality of a production network. The reality of a production network is something can be modified and things still work. That modification can be modified again and things still work. If it's modified a third time, that's when the problem occurs. But if I restore back to this value, but I want to be 2 steps back, does that get me where I want to be? No. So I have to have an historical view of all of the changes so that I can view them and pick the correct one that I want to go back to. So when we talk about recovery, it's not just the last time, it's all the times. I want to know all the changes that have occurred to an object and its properties so that I can recover from that. Because without that, I might be missing what I need to recover from. So let's talk about the Microsoft way of doing things. Back in the day, okay, I call this old school, back in the Windows 2000 days, we had something called NTDS-util. Has anyone ever had to use NTDS-util? How was that process for you when you used it? So was it easy? Was it easy? There are some process steps. Let's kind of talk through those steps because it's kind of a major process. And I'm going to actually go back a little bit further than just NTDS-util to discuss how we have to get into this environment. When you install a domain controller, During the end of that installation wizard, it asks you for a password. And the password that you have to put in is for recovery. You guys remember this during that process? So in reality, your domain controllers have two account databases. One is Active Directory, and one is a really small SAM, a security accounts manager, like we have on a server. In that SAM is administrator, and administrator has a password. Okay? So that's where it starts. The other piece of NTDS util, other than this recovery and this administrator account, is the system state. So if I do this new backup is just horrible. Ah, that's nice. Let's go to here. Oh, that's different. You see, we don't use Microsoft Backup very often anymore. No, I don't want to restore from that. Oh, that may be part of the problem. I'm so logged on as a non-administrator. It's not going to go through. All right, I'll just describe it for you. So using the Microsoft, kind of the old tool, they've rearranged stuff on us. When I do a backup, part of the backup option is called the system state. Okay? And in the system state is the Active Directory database, sysvol. If you have AD integrated DNS, it includes DNS. If you have a certificate server, it includes certificates. And all of this is called the system state. So most of us back up the system state once a day. Right? Some of us may be aggressive and back it up multiple times a day, but we back up the system state at least one time a day. So this backup backs up everything in AD and everything in sysvol and all these other properties, so that now I have a complete full backup of that information. Okay? Now, the system state sits there as a backup. It's really a duplication. It's almost like taking an image in VMware and backing up the entire image. It's pretty much a full, complete backup. So let's say that I do a system state backup at midnight. I come in and I delete 5 objects out of Active Directory. 5 users get deleted at 8 a.m. out of Active Directory. Using this mechanism, I had to go to a domain controller. It really didn't matter which domain controller I went to, but I have to go to a domain controller and I have to cycle the domain controller, restart it. And during the restart, I have to choose that I am going to boot into directory service restore mode. So I choose directory service restore mode. And when I choose directory service restore mode, I no longer am booting to Active Directory. I'm booting to this local SAM that's on my domain controller. So Active Directory is actually not active at all. All right? This is when I need the directory service restore mode password so that I can boot up to this local SAM. I still have to authenticate. Once I have authenticated with the directory service restore mode password, I boot into this non-AD environment, almost like a standalone server. Now that I'm in this environment, I can run a tool called NTDSUtil, right? NT Directory Services Utility. Now that I'm in NT Directory Services Utility, I move through the options, which are not really that obvious, but I move through the options to do a restoration, all right? The restoration is going to go into this backup of the system state and pull out just what I want to restore. And I have to use LDAP syntax to do this. So that means that I have to know where the object was in Active Directory in order to go pull it out of the system state to resurrect it. Because there is no graphical interface here. It's not like when I go into NTDSUtil, it opens up the system state and allows me to pick and choose what I want to restore. It doesn't work that way. I have to know specifically what I wanted to restore out of that database. Now, when I restore the database, when I restore the objects out of the database, the system state that is, I have two options. One is a non-authoritative restore, and another is an authoritative restore. Since I deleted these objects, do I want to choose non-authoritative or authoritative? Authoritative. Because if I don't choose authoritative, what's going to happen when I bring the machine back? It's going to delete the objects again. Because the replication process says the watermark for the deletion is newer than what you restored, so it's acting as if the domain controller is just now receiving the information and it's going to be deleted. This is a painful process. I've had to do it a couple times. It's not a fun process, okay? Now imagine you do that with group policy, right? Because group policy is two parts. Group policy is a whole other issue, but group policy can be very difficult to restore from that type of environment. So this is what Microsoft provided back in the Windows 2000 days. Well, Microsoft, knew that that wasn't enough. The community complained, administrators complained, and really the technology wasn't where it needed to be. So Microsoft, starting with Windows Server 2003, came up with newer technology, and actually came up with two different pieces. The first one was protecting from accidental deletions. Now, each object has the option individually to be protected or not protected. When I look at Microsoft putting new features in the operating system, it really tells me how many people did this. Since Microsoft added an accidental deletion kind of trigger, how many people do you think were deleting objects in Active Directory? It had to be a lot, right? So people would go into Active Directory, click on something, delete, and it would delete it, and it was a problem. So Microsoft put in this fuse to help administrators not delete things accidentally, okay? Now, you'll notice here that I am on the property page, I'm on the properties of the OU, the object tab. So if I go to my Active Directory structure, and I go to HR, properties, first of all, you'll notice that by default, object doesn't show up, just like security doesn't show up. And we know how to get this to show up, but again, I'm pointing out that by default, unless you know where to go to configure this, you're never going to see this option. So if I go to View Advanced Features, and I go to HR, object, now I can see that I can protect this object from accidental deletion. Now, one of the things that I like but also don't like in Microsoft is when they give you an option like this, I really think there has to be some explanation of how the technology works. Because it allows us to see things clearer when there's an explanation of what is actually going on behind the scenes. Because if I create a new organizational unit, and let's call this one new OU, and I try to delete this, it's going to say, I'm sorry, you can't delete it. Right? Now, imagine you're a newer Active Directory administrator. And so you get this issue, and it says you don't have sufficient privileges to delete it, or the object is protected. Now, if you don't have advanced features, and you try to go and find how to remove the accidental deletion, how are you going to find it? Of course, you're going to Google it, and you're going to go out there and try to say, hey, how do I get rid of this accidental deletion? But in the back of your mind, aren't you also thinking, I'm a domain admin, and I can't delete an OU that I just created? Does that raise an issue for any of you? Because it does me. I'm a domain admin. What do you mean I don't have enough privileges? How many of you know another administrator that if they were a domain admin and they received this message, oops, sorry. If they received this message, they would go add themselves to enterprise admins? We all know some. I know you know them. You're just tired. You're giving you too much information today. You can't even raise your hand. You know these types of administrators. Oh, I don't have enough privilege. I better give myself more privilege. Okay? Oh, I'm going to add myself to another domain admins group. I see it all the time because I audit these environments. And I see all these admins everywhere, and they shouldn't be admins. So the tool built in, it kind of causes some issues. So now if I go to the properties, object, remove this, I can successfully delete the OU. Okay? It's really quick. Notice it didn't ask me to confirm. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to delete this OU? It just deleted the OU. Okay? Can I hit Control Z now? I can hit Control Z. Will it do anything? No. It's not going to bring the OU back. All right? So this is why Microsoft put this fuse in. But what exactly is it doing behind the scenes? Well, notice on my security tab, that I have everyone deny, delete, and delete subtree. Okay? These are default. You saw me create the OU. These are default permissions. If I go to the properties object and remove the protection and go back to security, those two are still there. Wait a minute. No. It didn't look right when I looked at it. Hold on a second. Security. That one doesn't even have any. Hold on. New OU. Something's not refreshing. Hold on. Oh. Thought it looked for, so it was a refresh issue. Everyone is gone, okay? So by toggling this, I removed everyone from the list, okay? If I toggle it back, everyone is added back in, deny. Okay? So it's a permission thing. It's delegation. Kind of the inverse of delegation, anti-delegation, right? It's saying you can't do something. So Microsoft is putting in protection with permissions, so you cannot delete the object. That's all they're doing, right? But this is Microsoft's way of trying to help the community from hurting themselves from making changes in Active Directory, so that really they don't have to come up with technology that actually recovers, because they didn't really help much, even with what I'm going to show you, okay? So it is this deletion of the objects, and this is a different type of object. That's why it shows up a little different. But each object has an ACL, and everyone deny delete. That's how it's configuring the protection, okay? But Microsoft went beyond that. And in Server 2003 and Server 2008, they came up with this concept called reanimation tombstone. So they tombstoned objects. So the way that the tombstoning worked is when an object was deleted, it really wasn't deleted. Okay? It was just deleted, kind of. And when the object was kind of deleted, it was mangled a little bit, right? I mean, I don't know if you guys are movie people, but one of my favorite movies is Pet Sematary. Did you guys ever see Pet Sematary? It's kind of a morbid, ugly movie, but the premise of the movie is this older guy lives in this older house, and there is this cat that accidentally gets killed because he lives on this road that has a lot of truck drivers. And so the cat gets killed, and the child that owns the cat is extremely sad. So they take the cat up to the hill in this special area, and they bury the cat, and the next day, the cat is back. But it's really mean and ugly. So it's been reanimated, but you really don't want the cat anymore, okay? That's kind of like reanimation tombstoning, because you bring the user back, but it's not the same user. It's totally different user. It doesn't have all the properties, right? So the non-link valued attributes were cleared. And all link valued attributes were removed, such as group membership. That's what I mean. You brought the user back, but it's not part of any group. So it has no access. So it's there, but it can't really do anything, all right? So what's happening here is the object is moved to the deleted objects container, right? And I can reanimate, and I can do this without taking the DC offline, which was kind of nice. I didn't have to go with the NTDS util. So it was the first form of the recycle bin that we had, all right? It wasn't perfect, but it was better. And then with the inability to delete without going through and removing the protection was kind of nice, okay? And the object would be tombstoned for 180 days. So a half a year. So when I would delete a user, it would sit in this mangled state for half a year, and then after that, it would be purged by the garbage collection process. So when objects are deleted back in this time frame, they're really not deleted. They're just moved and they're flagged as something. But Microsoft, for some reason, I'm thinking space requirements, they got rid of all the properties so that the user was pretty slim and I could reanimate the user, but it wouldn't be everything. But at least I have the user back. Okay? I have the SID, I have the basic properties of the user are back, so now the user could still be used. Okay? And of course, the RID master, the relative identifier master that keeps track of all the objects, making sure they're unique, would obviously know that this object is in the tombstone state, so it wouldn't hand out that remote relative identifier again. Okay? So this is the process that Microsoft had kind of in the middle process. Well, then Microsoft came up with a newer technology called the recycle bin. And the recycle bin, notice the first sub-bullet point there, disabled by default. Okay? Imagine you were to install a desktop. Right? You've been working along for I don't know how many years with Windows, and you go into your file system and you accidentally delete a Word file. Well, when you accidentally delete a Word file today, where do you go? The recycle bin, and you bring it out of the recycle bin, right? It's just like a physical, you go to the trash can, you pull out the piece of paper and you unfold it, iron it, and the piece of paper is good. But imagine you install an operating system and you go to try to find the recycle bin, but it's not there. So why do we have a recycle bin that's not enabled by default? I don't know. But that's why you're here, is so I can tell you have to go enable the recycle bin. Okay? Now, in order for the recycle bin to work, all domain controllers must be at server 2008 R2 or greater. So this is a technology that is requiring a certain functional level at the domain. This is a domain functional level concept, right? We all know how to check functional level, I'm sure, right? If I go into Active Directory users and computers and I go to raise domain functional level, it will tell me what my current functional level is. So mine is at server 2008 R2. Right? Once you enable the recycle bin, you cannot disable it. It's a one-way process. Right? Very similar to way back in the day when we had mixed mode domain and we went to native mode, we couldn't go back to mixed mode. So when I enable the recycle bin, I can't go back to getting rid of the recycle bin. The recycle bin is there and it's there forever. Right? Users are restored back to their original state. So the properties of the users are actually maintained, all right? And instead of going into this tombstone state, they go into logically deleted. And the logically deleted keeps all of their properties, non-link and link-enabled attributes, okay? The object stays in this logical deleted state for a period of time. And then after that period of time, it turns into a recycled object and goes into this kind of tombstone state like it did before for a period of time. And then after that period of time goes through, then it's garbage collected. So now we have an intermediate process from the process before, which is getting us to be a little bit better than what we had before. Because now we have a time frame which we can recover an object, and it actually is the full object. So here we can see that the user's deleted, it's logically deleted, over time it's recycled, and then after it's recycled, it's physically deleted. The default for this is 180 days per. So we have the object for a year. If we go back to the scenario that I gave you with the one gentleman this morning, he may want it to be a year and a half before he restores that user. This process would not work. Even if he goes after the 6 months, he's not going to get all of those attributes back, and we're going to have an issue with the objects. So this is the current state of the Microsoft Recycle Bin. The way to enable it is PowerShell, or you have to go to LDP, right? LDP is the Microsoft tool that allows you to manipulate the LDAP database, which is Active Directory, right? So I can go in and I can manipulate the objects in Active Directory to enable the Recycle Bin. PowerShell, of course, is the recommended way by Microsoft, right? To restore, you got to use PowerShell as well, right? So the restoration and the configuration is all PowerShell. There isn't a GUI on top of this, right? You can download and install in Active Directory a Recycle Bin GUI, but again, that is not a Microsoft thing, that is a third-party thing. So these are the recovery options that we have that Microsoft produces, but we're missing some things, right? Recovery needs to be efficient and fast. NTDSUtil is not efficient, nor is it fast. The Recycle Bin, not efficient, nor is it fast, okay? You're going to have to really know LDAP. You're going to have to know the construct of your Active Directory structure in order to resurrect these particular objects out of how this is being handled. There's no GUI by default on top of these things. Okay? In my opinion, recovery of Active Directory needs to be more than deleted objects. Let's take this Recycle Bin, right? I'm going to go back here to this diagram. Okay? This is the newest thing by Microsoft. Let's say that I have that CIO from a couple weeks ago. The CIO, administrator, creates a PowerShell script. The PowerShell script goes in and modifies 150 email addresses incorrectly. Will this technology help you? Because what's the key word up there? What's the key word up here different from what I just described with PowerShell? Delete. I didn't delete anything, did I? I modified it. I made an errant change. Recycle Bin doesn't help with that, does it? I was talking yesterday, I kind of did an interview with this magazine editor, and she's like, well, explain to me this recovery thing. And I go, okay. I go, imagine you take your computer home, and you're working away at home, and you write 10 pages for this new article that you're going to put in your magazine. And unfortunately, your computer reboots. Can you go to the Recycle Bin and recover from that? No, because you had changes that weren't saved. There was a modification, right? A modification occurred, not a deletion. But what if you go into the file system and you hit delete? Can you go to Recycle Bin? Sure, because that's a deletion. Well, what if I go to a user account and I use PowerShell to modify 150 user accounts' emails incorrectly? Does this process help recover from that? No. What if I use PowerShell and I delete 150 objects? Does this process help with that? Yes. So it all has to do with deletion. The Microsoft technologies for recovery have to do with deletion. Okay? I was just talking with a gentleman. He unfortunately had to leave, but he's like, well, I don't think I really need to see this because we use a third-party tool to do 4 backups a day. Oh, okay, well, does the tool do like object property level backups? Oh no, it does complete Active Directory backups. Oh, so the system state. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Okay, great. I go, well, what about if you change 100 users' configuration for their office and where their office is? He goes, not a big deal. I do 4 backups a day. I would just go to that backup and I would restore those users. My eyes got really big and I'm like, wow, how dangerous is that? How many of you would want that solution? What could happen in those 4 hours to those user accounts that you just overwrote? Okay? Chances are slim. I don't think anything's going to happen. But what if half of those users get added to a new project and there's 10 groups they're added to? You just wiped all that out. So now you got to do it again if you know what to do. So we cannot use traditional backups as a way to recover, even if we have the recycle bin. The recycle bin is global. It takes all the object properties and restores them. So if I have a gap of time between when the backup occurred and when I restore, lots of things could change along that time that were good. Even though I had one change that was bad, I can't go back and wipe it all out because I could be removing good changes. So ideally, we have to have a solution that is going to allow us to recover from changes, not just deletions. So on this slide, the most important word is the word change, because this is where Microsoft falls short. Okay? Also, we need to have past changes, just not the most recent one. The recycle bin is only the last change. I just went through a scenario here where I made a change, problem occurred. I want to go back to here. The recycle bin doesn't do that. The recycle bin is, what have you done for me lately? Right? It's only what was deleted recently. So when I restore that, it's going to put it back if it were deleted. But I just changed it, so it's not even in the recycle bin. And if I go back to sysvol is going to wipe out changes that were good. So with the Microsoft technologies, we have a gap. And the biggest gap is related to this idea that we are restoring the object to its full capacity. And if I'm doing that through a recycle bin, it has to be deleted. If I'm doing that from some type of a backup, I could be missing information. Okay? So Recovery Manager takes care of all of that. Recovery Manager solves those issues. Now, the way that Recovery Manager is designed is we work on backups, okay? Now, the backup here is not like the backup we're describing. The backup is, I'm going to go in and I'm going to create for you a list of changes that have occurred. That's really what the backup now does, all right? So I'm going to go in and I'm going to just create a point-in-time backup, all right? So I create a point-in-time backup, and it says, I don't have any changes. 0 objects have changed. So this is kind of a line in the sand. This could be a baseline for you. Well, if I go in to an object, so let's say that I go to Adam, and the display name, I accidentally type in a couple of A's for Adam, and the office, I put in corporate 1, but it should just be corporate, okay? So I made some errant changes to the object here in Active Directory, okay? Well, back here in Recovery Manager, when I can do a manual backup, or I can have a scheduled backup, right? You're going to have a scheduled backup. For demo purposes, I'm going to do a backup now. I don't have to wait for the schedule. It is going to tell me that I have some changes, okay? Now, when I click on that, it's going to clearly define for me what changed, okay? So it's telling me that I had 2 changes, but I need to go back in time to look at this. So I am going here that can't be right. I go, maybe my time frame is too short.
Is it doing comparison between backups?
Oh, there we go. What's that?
Is it doing comparison between backups
Yes,
without restoration?
yes.
Just compare.
So here you can see all of them.
And do we need to back up all the main controllers?
Of course.
ADC?
All of them. Okay, this is a very important fact here. Okay? We need to back up all the domain controllers because we need to make sure that we're getting the full breadth of what is changing in our environment. Okay? Now, here you can see all of the historical changes that have occurred. So I want to go back to a particular time to recover. So I can clearly see what changes were made. So right here, Atom and Atom AA, so I can click on that because that's the one I want. The recovery value is Atom, and I restore that. And it says it was restored, and now when I go back to Atom, it's no longer Atom AA. Now, if I want to restore for corporate, I would have to find that, and why it might have done a backup right in that time frame. So where is my corporate? Here. Okay? So corporate 1 is the current value, which I do not want. I want the last correct value, and I can do this property level. I am not using a sledgehammer and saying restore the entire object because there could be wrong configurations in that based on new changes. So I click on Office, I restore. It gives me confirmation. Yes, that is correct. And now when I go back to my object is restored back to what I want based on a change that occurred. Okay? Now, I can go back at any time and do object level. So I can do the sledgehammer and restore the entire object. I can also just do individual property level, which is the most impressive part of the tool for me, because that's how we want to restore. We want to restore granularly. We do not want to restore with this massive type of thing, okay? Now, what were to happen if we want to go back to a point in time? Well, we can do that too. We can, using the tool, I can roll back to a particular point in time. All right, so here I have multiple rollback points. I can specify one. And then I can see the information that I can go back to based on that rollback point. And I can get granular here as well. So notice they're all selected by default. And I can roll back to that point in time. So this is more global compared to the individual pieces. Because what you don't want to do is when you change 150 emails, you don't want to have to do 150. You can go back to a point in time and recover from that. You can roll back to that particular point in time. So, what's that?
Actually, sir, the password, unfortunately, not restoring it as of now because we know that the password is one of the most sensitive part of the organization. So, apart from password, we deal with all the other attributes of a user object, not the password. Reason behind that is it directly involves in the security aspect of the company, so we are not touching the password.
What about when you delete a user account? Okay. Normally, it disconnect the mailbox. So when you recover it using restore, you restore the whole user back, right? So what about, is it going to connect back the user with Exchange, with his mailbox, or do I need to go manually and reconnect?
I haven't done that one. I don't know. Maybe Andy knows.
Actually, mailbox connection, no sir, only the Active Directory attribute is what we're supporting right now. And
With that, if you're installing all that, it will reconnect automatically to his mailbox.
right, it is supposed to be. Yeah, it is supposed to be, but I'm not pretty sure how this case is handled.
Yeah.
Probably I can check and get back to you. But as of now, to answer your question, any attribute connected with the Active Directory, yes, we can. That all can be restored. Exchange-related attributes, I have to check and probably.
Yeah.
Right, I'm not for sure about the scenario what you have told
Yeah,
me.
I don't know.
So,
That I guess at 50-50. I mean, it may auto check. It may do like a pulse check to see if it's there, and it would reconnect. But it may not. I don't know. That's a nifty one. Okay, go ahead.
Is it going to do force replication after the restoration? Or do I need to do it manually? For example, I have sites, wrong sites, and the user is in the wrong site. So it's gonna restore him to which domain controller? The one in HQ or on that site directly to restore? And is it going to do replication there or here in HQ to again manipulate distribute the sync, I mean, between the domain controllers? This is one question. The second question is going to restore the group policy if I done any modification in the group policy or I delete the group policy.
right, sir. I would like to answer this.
Well, I know the group policy, it won't do that because it doesn't do group policy today. It doesn't do group policy today.
So currently, currently the product supports users, computers, group, and contact. So these are the 4 objects that we are supporting as of now. And as I told you, it's a baby product, and we keep doing enhancements. To answer the first question about the replication, there is an option in the product to configure on which domain controller the tool has to take a backup, on which domain controller it has to communicate for taking a backup. Similarly, during the restoration, it only contacts the same domain controller. But we are working on a new feature where while restoring the information, it is going to do a force replication. So that version is almost ready, and we are expecting that very soon. Welcome.
So, you know, the tool is newer, and for me, the most important piece that I know the tool does that you need is the attribute level restoration. We absolutely have to have that attribute level restoration. We cannot use a sledgehammer and go into the system state and constantly be restoring. Whether you're using the system state backup from Microsoft or whether you're using the system state backup from some third-party product. You cannot rely on that because too many changes could have occurred since you made that backup, okay? So the fact that it's doing this attribute level configuration is really where the product shines at this point. Also, it is nice to, in bulk, be able to go back to a point in time and select all of the objects from that point in time and do the restoration, okay? So, you know, there were some people, you know, asking about AD360, and is this product part of AD360 right now?
very soon. As of now, no.
Okay.
I think the next version of Recovery Manager Plus will be included in the
Okay.
8360.
And so at this point, this is the one product that isn't part of 8360. 8360 is the centralized interface to where the ADSolutions products fit into basically a single pane of glass to where you have all the tools available to you kind of in one interface. So Recovery Manager is going to be an integral part of that. And really the way that I tried to design the day was to talk about kind of a not only full life cycle of the user management, but also full life cycle of Active Directory management, which is from the creation of an object, through the modification of an object, to the deletion of an object, tracking of all of that, as well as something, an error goes on, I can recover from that. And so really that's the whole point of today, was to kind of give you the full life cycle product suite the ManageEngine provides. And really this is the crescendo to that, in the fact that you're getting the ability to recover from certain modifications, and really you can't rely on Microsoft to do that for you. You have to get something else in place in order to recover from that. So we've gone through a lot of information today. A lot of information. Hopefully it's been very useful to you. Hopefully you've gotten some nuggets of raw information that you can take back with you. You can do some checks. I've challenged you a couple of times to go back and verify your settings, especially with your delegations, to really look at how you're managing users, provisioning, deprovisioning, and how you can look at that. This kind of ends the main portion of what we had to talk about. Are there any questions? There are quite a few guys here, and I do want to pause. And these guys in the blue shirts, which I'm supposed to be wearing a blue shirt, but I felt special, I guess. This has been a great day. I hope you thought it was a great day. But it would not have happened if it weren't for those guys back there. So those guys get all the credit for having this for you, because this was for you. Those guys get all the credit in the world, and I want to thank them for making this possible. But I'm going to have Andy come up, and he's going to say a few words. We're also going to give away the books. So we'll take some time at the end to give away the books.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all your time, and it's been a pleasure to having you all for this great seminar. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Derek, for giving a great explanation about the complexities what the native Active Directory and Exchange has. So, for this evening, we're going to have a small surprise for you all. And the first surprise is like two people is going to get that, like a gift directly from Direct Melber. I'm going to ask you two questions. Just two simple questions about the product. So whoever is going to answer it would get that surprise. So are you all ready for that? Right, just two simple questions. So the first question is going to be, is it possible to configure multiple domains on one instance of AD Manager? Whether you have trust or no trust, it doesn't matter. Is it possible to configure different domains in one instance of AD Manager Plus? That's going to be the first question. Whoever knows the answer, please raise your hand. And the second question is going to be, Derek explained about the user provisioning. Very excellent explanation. I just want to ask you, what's the screen, what the form, is it customizable? If yes, what kind of customization we have? Two questions. So anyone? So I got one hand raised. You know the answer for two questions? Yeah, please.
You can add many domains.
Many domains, whether you have trust or no trust?
Actually, what I have seen from my experience, that you have to, the root and whatever there in your network, it will be discovered, because you have to configure password for everyone.
Okay.
I think the root and the child.
Root and child, so. Okay.
This is what I have in my experience, but I think it is possible.
It's possible, right? That's a great answer. So So can give Hani a great applause. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Yeah, Hani a great applause, please. And I would request you to come on stage to collect the gift from Director Melber. Can you please come on stage? Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Direct. And answer for the second question. Anyone? Is the form customizable? The user creation form, what Derek has shown you in the morning, is that customizable? If yes, what kind of customization you can do? Yes, sir.
Yes, user creation form is customizable, and you can do like a template, and you can customize the attributes like password and you can groups, whatever you can do in this customizable.
So is it possible to hide any attributes in the template or in the user creation form? Say I don't want my technician to view some information like the group membership, OU, or the department title. If I don't want the help desk technician who is going to create the new user, is it possible to hide those information?
It's based on your the role you will give to delegate to your like help desk or HR people who are creating the user. It is possible to hide.
Right, that's actually a good answer, but any other answers? Anybody else has any other answer? Oh, yes, sir.
You can add some fields and you can remove in the form itself.
In the form itself, we can add and remove attributes. That's what you're saying. Okay, okay. Now what I'm asking is it possible to hide any fields? Hide, like, okay, it should be possible. Right.
Okay, answer is yes, you can hide those attributes, but what I remember is that the particular technician, you will be defining his privilege level in the tool, and based on that, he will see what he can do or what he cannot do.
Right. I think I'm getting same answer from all the three gentlemen, so thank you. Any other answer? Yeah, probably Anant, you can try. Okay, okay. Right. So the answer, gentlemen, it is yes, you can hide information, hide certain attributes from the help desk technician. So if you don't want certain attributes to be visible for the help desk technicians, it is possible to hide them. So that's possible, but the navigation is in the template itself. We have the feature of enable drag and drop. So over there, the option is very obvious, where you just have to. I'm sorry. So, over there, when you mouse over to the attribute which they don't want to see, you can make them as silently active. So the feature is possible, and sir, you're going to get a gift for that. So, being the first person to raise your hand, thank you so much. Please come on stage. All right, thank you so much, sir. Thanks, Derek. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's not like we are going to miss all the other active participants, and especially the gentleman who gave a very good answer. We never miss you guys. There is a surprise for each and every one of you present here. Please keep checking your email. Very soon, my marketing guys is going to get back to you, and I'm sure you would like the surprise what we're going to send you in an email. So very soon, you'll be getting some information from my team. And again, thank you so much for everyone for actively participating in this, and despite of your busy schedule and spending so much of valuable time, thank you so much again. And I also would like to thank you, Allied Technologies, who is the eyes and ears of ManageEngine. They are doing a very great job providing an on-site support, face of the ManageEngine, I can't say them. So thank you so much, Elastic Technologies, and thank you so much all the participants. Very special thank you again to Direct Melber, the hero of the day. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you again for everyone. Have a very safe journey, and you all have a great evening. Bye-bye.